Okay, everybody, it's time to do these two. Got the not and true endings. It's time. Also, look at that number right there. Look at that number right there. I have not gotten all the tips, though, which is kind of strange to me if I've gotten all the achievements and everything. What's up with that? Anyways. I guess it's time. To finish this I'm just kidding, it's not a bad game at all. Will I remember you? Yes, Lukaku. But there's just one thing I've got to say. Goodbye. Goodbye. You're welcome, Lukaku. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. This has been the Steins Gate ending. Okay, but for real though, it is not endless apoptosis, which means I've got to. Okay. There we go. I've already done some portion of this, but which portion of this have I done? Let me think about this. Yeah, I have done this entire chapter, so I can skip it. It has all happened before, because previously, chapter 9 was the one leading to the death of Mieri. This is the entire chapter leading up to the fact that he remembers, oh yeah, hey, I'm about to go undo the thing that saves Krisu at the very beginning of the game. So yeah, that's about to be fixed or changed or whatever, you know. So I don't think it really matters which one I do here. Okay. Okay. So next I should be getting a message from Krisu saying, contact me, idiot. That is the subject, at least. Alright. Okay. Okay, so. Oh wow, it startled me. Okay. Just answer the call. Uh-huh. Oh, I can't skip this one. Because I think normally I didn't answer it previously. Stand up and move to the entrance where I can take the call without letting him walk out of my sight. No, I feel like I did this. Sorry, I'm busy. Is it woman? You're with a woman, aren't you? What is with that grammar? Is it woman? Such a mainstream girl. Yeah, I remember doing that bit. Why is it sometimes not let me skip? That's so silly. Anyways, this is the struggle. So cringy, so cringy. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh, because the true flag endings are going to be 4 out of 6. Or are now 4 out of 6. We're actually going to have a message from Krisu here saying, what the hell, bro? At least let me know if you're still alive. Don't say something stupid like you're dead, okay? Please just reply. So I now respond, worried. Don't worry, I won't die. Not until I fulfilled my promise to go to Aomori with you. That's very close to the word for love in the Latin languages, I believe. That being said, that is what I respond with. And that will lead to the true ending. Okay. Assistant's back. Maybe this isn't what you want to hear, but I need you to listen. I don't care about Aomori anymore. I just want you to be safe. Look at when you ran out. When you ran out without saying anything yesterday, I felt like my heart was going to explode, so hurry back, please. Dude, same though, I guess. Anyways, so that's now officially true flag ending 5 out of 6. Which means when we enter Paradox Meltdown here in a second. I'll have a point at which I need to save so that I can do both endings. I'm very sad. Wow. Don't unalive. Dude has a daughter. Oh, and then oh yeah, that's so crazy. That the first time I watched that scene, I was like traumatized. I was like, what is happening here? Full send, bro. The world warps. And Paradox Meltdown, question mark? Oh yeah, this is when he starts to realize. He's gonna go, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. The first you've seen of Paradox Meltdown. Here we go. Yep, thought that he'd found the solution, thought that everything would be alright. Okay. 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 And yeah, he was making sure, and it is true that she is still dying, so uh-oh. What we gotta do now? Be really depressed. That's what we do now. Okay, so this is where we save. Right next to Stardust Sky, it just makes sense. It just makes sense. Okay. Here we are. At the point I have to save, because true flag ending 5 or 6 out of 6 is right here, so I will send this when doing the true ending, but that is not yet. Alright. I lean against the wire fence and stretch out my legs as I look at the sky. Should I just skip to the true flag ending divergent path? I guess so, technically. But yeah, because I've already done that one. Okay, no, I'll just keep going. It is what it is. I've maybe read it before, but I'll do it again. Actually, there's no maybe, I just have. I wanted more time to think. That's why I came back. Last time I spent 2 days refusing to face reality. But that is no longer an option now that I've confirmed Miri's death. This time I need to reach a decision. But how? This equation has no solution. No matter what choice I make, someone else will die. From a purely utilitarian viewpoint, I should choose the beta world line where CERN never creates a dystopia. But that's not that simple, not for me. There must be some other way. According to Suzuwa, 2010 is a point of great divergence of the attractive field level. I think that divergence had already commenced by the time I sent the email reporting Chris's death. So when did divergence begin? I can't say for sure, but I think it was the moment we completed the phone wave, name subject to change. That was around the middle of July, that I deemed a failure right after completion. By the time Chris was killed, there was already a huge divergence at the attractor field level. Now that I think about it, reading Steiner activated that day when I sent the email that started it all. At that moment, every pedestrian and vehicle on the main street of Akiba suddenly vanished. That feels so long ago, but now I can finally explain it. That was the moment I moved to the Alpha World Line. On the Beta World Line, where this all began, Suzuha didn't arrive in her time machine. Dr. Nakabachi's conference went ahead as planned, and the flow of tourists and shoppers through Akiba was unimpeded. But when I sent the email, events changed on a huge scale, from my perspective at least. On the current world line, Suzuha crashed her time machine into the roof of Radican. Nakabachi's presentation was cancelled, and this part of Akiba was closed to traffic. Because I was out on the street when the world line changed, it appeared to me as if thousands of people suddenly vanished. The truth is that they were never there to begin with. Like a magician's trick, it's so obvious once you understand how it works. The real problem is the timing of the email. I moved to the Alpha World Line after Chrissy died. If I had sent the email before she died, then I might have been able to intervene, even now on this world line. But no, that would defy causality. I sent that email because I saw Chrissy's body. That's the way it has to be. Who killed her anyway? I still don't know. It definitely wasn't suicide. What if I identify the murderer and send them an email warning them off? Would that prevent her death? I mean, no one has tried to kill her on this world line, have they? Maybe there's a chance. However, to send that email, I would first have to move to the Beta World Line. The more I think about it, the more futile it seems. I've already seen Mary die countless times. Everything I tried to prevent, it failed. I understand it all too well. When fate wants someone dead, nothing can stop it. I can't save Mary. There you are. I thought I was alone, but it seems that I was wrong. I turn around to see Chrissy standing in the open door. I avert my eyes. I can't look her in the face, not now. What are you doing here? Nothing. How did you know I was here? You said that you wanted to be alone. I ran the numbers and concluded that I had the greatest probability of finding you here. Then leave me alone. You don't have to look for me. I'm not a lost little boy. Hey, is that how you treat someone who's worried about you? Not that I'm worried about you or anything. Right after she gets herself flustered, Chrissy sighs and puts on a serious expression. I was going to leave you alone at first, but you've been acting weird the last couple days. I mean, you're always acting weird, but more than usual. You looked like a kid forced to eat crappy oatmeal. What happened? Nothing. Then why did you cancel the cracking of CERN? You're the one who said we shouldn't. Oh, so you're afraid of triggering arrest flags. I get it. You should praise me for obeying the law for a change. That's not like you at all. What happened to your ego? What happened to the insane mad scientist who went to hell with my ego? Huh? This time, it's not that simple. I have forced my ego on others before. Suzuha, Ferris, Lukuko. I sacrificed their dreams for the sake of my goal. I justified it by telling myself that it was necessary to save Mayuri. I weighed their suffering against the alternative and made my self-righteous choice. But this time, the alternatives are impossible to compare. I have to choose which friend to let die. It would be so much easier if I knew what was right. Which friend to let die? What are you talking about? I'm just a student, Christina. You know? The insane mad scientist Wenkyoma. That's just a fantasy. A character I made up. I bet you had no idea. I may have figured that out when we first met. What if I hadn't found Chrissy's body back then? Let's try imagining that situation. If I hadn't seen Chrissy dead, I wouldn't have interrogated her before the seminar at ATF. Without hearing me call her a zombie, she wouldn't have taken interest in me. She wouldn't have come to the lab. Ultimately, we would never have built the timely machine, leaving me without the means to save Mary. And of course, Kurisu would not have become our friend. We would not have been as close as we are right now. Tell me, Okabe, what do you mean? I can't meet your questioning gaze. Do I have to tell you? You've never hesitated to ask me for help before. Don't hold back now. It's not what this is about. Then prepare yourself. What I'm about to tell you is the absolute truth, and it could also be your death sentence. Kurisu's voice cracks a little. Remember what I told you before? When we delete the D-mail from CERN's database, we'll reach the Beta World line, where Mary doesn't die. And where CERN doesn't take over the world, right? Everyone lives. Everyone is free. You made it sound perfect. Perfect. It's anything but. I showed you the first email didn't die, the one that started it all. On the Beta World line, the events described in that email actually happened. Kurisu's a genius. I have no doubt that she understands. Kurisu, on the Beta World line, you die on July 28th. And according to the attractive field model, nothing can prevent that from happening. If I want to save Miri, I have no choice but to let you die. Kurisu says nothing. What expression is she making now? I reluctantly sneak a look at her face. She's staring out across the cityscape. Her eyes look distant. I see neither fear nor sadness in her face. She seems accepting. Kurisu is alive like this always. Kurisu's always like this, alive. Always calm, no matter what. It's hard to believe she's younger than me. Her soft chestnut hair blows in the wind. She lifts a hand to hold it down. Hey, Okabe? How credible do you find this attractor field model? Credible? It's all secondhand info from John Tider. From Amane-san, isn't it? I get that it's the accepted model in 2036, but how exactly did scientists prove the existence of attractor fields? Are you trying to say the model may be wrong? But I know for certain that convergence exists. I've experienced it firsthand. Even if they're right about convergence, what about the relationship between world lines? The past, present, and future is reconstructed the moment I change world lines. But that's just from your perspective, Okabe. Once you go to the Beta World line, the me that your brain perceives will die. In other words, your perspective will have chosen the world line where I die instead of the one where I don't, however. Why can't the world your brain perceives be different from the world my brain perceives? Brains. I forgot her specialty was neuroscience. So you're saying world lines are independent? Like trains, maybe. Trains? Let me give you an easy example. Kurisu takes out her phone and starts fiddling with it. If I want to take the train from Akiba to Yokohama, which route should I use? I didn't know you were a rail fan. It's just an example, jeez. You choose to take the Yamanote line to Tokyo Station, then transfer to the Tokaido main line for the rest of your trip. Kurisu talks. Excuse me. Kurisu keeps talking, like, as she looks at her phone, apparently reading off an itinerary. But I take the Yamanote line to Osaki, and then transfer to the Shonan Shinjuku line. Another person, say Hashida-san, might decide to take the Kaihen Tohoku line for some reason. And Mary might ride the Shinkansen from Tokyo. You and I ride the same train until Tokyo Station, but from there, we ride different lines while still aiming for the same destination. And that applies to the universe? You're claiming the existence of parallel worlds? I like to use my imagination too sometimes. But where's the proof that there's only one world? Suzuha said so. And then there's reading Steiner. In other words, an unknown type traveler and your unexplainable superpower. But we knew Suzuha. There's no way to prove that she was Hashita's daughter or anything she said about 2036 either. Not without going there ourselves. And if reading Steiner is what you say, then it means that your subjective experience influences the memories of every single human being. That's completely absurd, Okabe. If it's true, then you're literally a god. But there are no gods in reality. The world doesn't revolve around you. It's just your brain making you believe that it does. If that makes you this world's god, then I must be a god too. My brain is just as big as yours. What are you trying to say? Let's say you choose the world line where I die. That doesn't mean I have to do the same. The fact is that I am standing here right now, observing the world with my own subjectivity. I already exist on a world line where I don't die. Even if your perspective shifts to the beta world line, my perspective might remain here. It's a question of where the soul lies, and I won't let you have your way with my soul. No true scientists would accept a hypothesis that flimsy. But there's a chance I'm right. So you have nothing to worry about. Kursu smiles. How can she smile? I just told her that she's going to die. The problem is that you don't want to let me die, right? But if my hypothesis is correct, I'll still be alive on another possible world line. So there's no reason to be afraid. It's just a hypothesis. The same is true of attractor fields. It hasn't been proven. Even if someone did prove it by 2036, that doesn't help us here in the present. In other words, anything is possible. Chrissy turns her back to me after finishing. It's an armchair theory. A daring armchair theory that could quite possibly render meaningless everything I've done up to now. How can Chrissy stay so calm? She's just an 18-year-old girl. You really don't have to worry about me, Okabe. It would just hurt my pride if you did. Oh. Oh, wow, here we are. I don't remember if I answered it or not last time, but I will answer it this time. Hello? Mayuri? Yeah. Oh, displayed on the screen is Mary's face, devoid of its usual brightness for some reason. What's wrong? I heard from Daru-kun that Okurin's been acting kind of strange. She was so preoccupied with Kamima, she didn't really notice. Even though she usually notices right away when Okurin's not happy. I'm sorry, Okurin. Don't apologize. You've done nothing wrong. Did something happen? Okurin. I can't tell her. I can't. I've kept it a secret from her all this time. That's the way it has to be. There's nothing wrong. Oh. You know, you used to talk to Mayushi about a lot of things, remember? Like, the organization's 4 leaders. Their names are Back Turkish, Virginia Burp, Balloon Drag Queen, and Wide Eye Gore, right? Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, Blue Dragon, and White Tiger. Yeah, that. You know, it was really fun talking to Okurin about stuff like that. But now, Okurin, if Mayushi's a burden, just say so, okay? What? I never... I'm hanging up now. If you feel like talking to Mayushi about anything, just call, okay? She hung up on me. What did Mayuri say? How are you a burden? Don't say things like that, damn it. Why is she only serious at times like this? A burden, huh? I've never felt Mayuri was a burden, not once. You should tell her that. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to leave Mayuri in the dark. She never looks like she's thinking anything, and yet, she saw my doubt? Either way, I can't tell her the truth. Okabe. Krisu sighs, then glares at me. The old you wouldn't have worried about anything. Anyway, you should go see Mayuri. I'm sure she has a lot to say. She's right. Even if I don't tell Mayuri the truth, I need to at least tell her something. I'll postpone my decision and go see Mayuri. It's afternoon on the first day of Kamama, and the crowds are finally beginning to thin out. Of course, the industry booths and cosplay area are still packed, but at least I don't have to wait in line to get in. I've been trying to get in touch with Mayuri for a while now, but she hasn't responded. Cosplay ends at 4 p.m. I focus on searching the cosplay area until then, but I still can't find her. Maybe she finished early and went home. I tried calling her home. No luck. They haven't seen her since she left this morning. Where is she? I'm always afraid that she'll disappear the second I take my eyes off her. It's been like that ever since she lost her grandmother. Maybe it's just my imagination. We've been so close for so long. I saw Mayuri at her weakest and most vulnerable. Maybe that has made me overprotective. But I don't care how other people see us. I just can't leave Mayuri alone. I step into the cemetery, the final resting place of Mayuri's beloved grandmother. When was the last time I came here? For about a year after Mayuri became my hostage, I periodically accompany her here. But I don't think I've been here since I entered high school. So it's been about 3 or 4 years. As I get closer to Mayuri's grandmother's grave, I begin to hear a voice. It's Mayuri. I'd recognize her voice anywhere. It sounds like she's talking to someone. I approach quietly. Hey, Granny. Mayuri is standing there, talking to the grave. What a relief. She hasn't disappeared. I decide to watch silently from a short distance away. I've been having scary dreams lately. For a second, I wonder if she's learned to commune with the dead, but no, she's just talking to herself. In my dreams, bad things keep happening to me. Like someone shoots me, or a car hits me, or I get run over by a train. What? Don't tell me. It's so real. It hurts so much. And I feel so sad. And I try to call for help, but nothing comes out. Why do you think I'm having these dreams? Does she remember her deaths? All of them? Is she inheriting memories like I do? And you know, they always end the same way. Mayushi's crying, and Okurin comes to save me. Mayushi tries to say, "Thank you, Okurin," but Okurin can't hear my voice. He holds Mayushi and makes a very sad face like he's going to cry, but he never does. You know? I could tell he's forcing himself not to cry. Come to think of it. Both Ferris and Lukuko remembered their memories from before the past changed. I used to think that memories couldn't be shared between world lines. I used to think that I was the exception, with reading Steiner. But maybe that's not the case. Maybe everyone has the same power. The only difference is how strong it is. Maybe reading Steiner is nothing special after all. That makes Mayushi even more sad. I try to say, sorry, but he can't hear. And that's when I wake up. Why am I having these dreams? I failed so many times to save her. I watch her die again and again. Everything I've done has been to prevent that from happening. And yet, have the memories of those deaths been tormenting her as she sleeps? I bite my tongue in frustration. I still have a terrible decision to make. Do I save Mayuri, or do I save Krisu? There's no perfect ending here. I can't save them both. It's one or the other. If I choose Kurisu, then Mayuri's dreams will become reality. I don't want Mayuri to feel any pain. Until now, I've thought only of saving her. That's my goal. But at the same time, I can't let Kurisu die. Again, my thoughts hit the same dead end. Mayuri hasn't noticed me yet. She's still staring at the sky, just as she was on the day I took her hostage. She's talking to her grandmother in heaven. Oh, right. We have a lot more lab mems now, you know? There's Chris-chan, Moeka-san, Luka-kun, and Ferret-chan. There's also Suzuha-san. But she moved away. That makes 8 of us. It's really amazing. On this world line, they all became lab mems. However, not a single one of them has sent a D-mail. You know, it was just Okurin and Meishi at first. Back then, Okurin seemed kind of bored most of the time. But now, he's having so much fun. Is that how she sees it? Well, she's not wrong. She really does know me, doesn't she? And that makes Mayushi happy too. It's so busy, but it's really exciting. Especially now that Chris-chan is here. She's really smart, you know. She got a paper published in a famous magazine. Mayushi really admires her. She even made a time machine. Oh, but can't forget Okurin and Daru-kun helped too. Then Mayuri falls silent. Her gaze becomes distant. She stands still and looks up at the sky. What could she be thinking? But, you know, sometimes I remember, back when it was just the 2 of us, when Mayushi had only just become Okurin's hostage. I'd go to the lab after school, but Okurin wouldn't be there, so I'd tidy up the room and decorate it with cute things. Then Okurin would finally show up a little later. Mayushi would say, "Welcome back," but instead of saying, "I'm back," Okurin would say, "Good work," like a big boss or something. Every day, we'd spend a few hours just hanging out, doing nothing, and then we'd go home together. We didn't talk much, but it wasn't bad. We were just there, together, you know? We'd sit next to each other on the sofa. Okurin would work on his big plans, and Mayushi would read manga or play games. And sometimes we'd have a snack together. It was so nice and relaxing. I never wanted to leave. I'd start feeling like a real hostage, and I'd laugh to myself. Then Okurin would turn to me and say, "I remember." It was 4 months ago, still spring. The lab wasn't as lively as it is now. It was an isolated bubble of slow-moving time. Did something good happen? Yep. Well, not really, but kinda. It must have been an illusion. We could be under attack from Illusion Conductor, one of the organization's feared agents. Oh. Gotta be careful then. But you know, I'm sure that Mr. Illusion Kid Hugger Conductor, not Kid Hugger. I'm sure he's not a bad guy. It was nothing, just meaningless chatter to pass the time. I felt so happy there. So happy I could cry. I wanted to stay like that forever. But that doesn't mean I don't like how things are now, okay? Mayuri shakes her head in denial. Finally, she stops looking up at the sky and bows her head instead. You know, I haven't talked to Okurin much lately. Maybe Mayushi's getting a little lonely. It's true, I haven't had time to talk to her lately. But that's because I've been fighting to prevent her death, to keep her dreams from coming true. Also that Mayuri will keep smiling. I never again want to see her cry like she did on the day her grandmother died. But you know, I don't want to be a burden on Okurin. That word again. Burden. I've never thought of her as a burden. Mayushi's just one big nuisance, isn't she? Granny. Mary lifts her head once more. I can't stay like this forever, can I? Of course you can. Huh? When I finally speak to Mayuri, she turns my way with a surprised expression. Her face is so soft, so innocent. Slowly, her lips curve into a smile. It's Okarin. Wow, how'd you know I was here? I always know where my hostage is. Hostage? You cannot escape my grasp. Not ever. Oh. But don't wear yourself out, okay? Mayushi's a little worried. Who in Kyoma is not so weak as to require your concern? When the time comes, I'll tell you everything. Huh? So stay with me until then, like you always have. Okay. Mayuri stands up and turns to the grave once more. As an offering, she leaves a brand new white lily, as well as some dango dumplings. Let's head back, Okarin. Shouldn't we get some dango for ourselves first? Back when we used to visit the cemetery together, it was part of our daily routine to eat dango on the way back. Of course. Akaba is empty again today. The Otaku have all made the exodus to Kamima for the second day of the battle. But come nightfall, they will return to Akaba like a victorious army laden with spoils, and the streets will be chaos. I know Dara has gone to Kamima. The question is, has Mayuri? I hope she has. I want things to be normal again. I remember what I heard yesterday, the feeling Mayuri expressed at her grandmother's grave. The events of the last few weeks have affected her as well. After I escorted Mayuri home from the cemetery, I spent the whole night racking my brain for a third option, a way out of this mess. My thoughts were a jumble, ideas coming and going, too fast to judge which were right and which were wrong. But of course, there isn't a right choice here, for in the end, it always comes back to the same question. Who do I let die? And no matter how I try to dance around it, the answer is always the same. I can't choose. Is there no one else who can make this decision? No. Even if there were, I know I'd never accept their choice, whichever it happened to be. Once again, I'm heading for the roof of Radikan. I had to get out of the lab. Mayuri or Kurisu might return at any moment, and I can't face them now. I look up at the sky. The clouds are dark and heavy. It could start raining any moment now. I thought I was alone, but someone was here before me. Kurisu is lying in the middle of the roof, arms and legs spread as if making a snow angel. The image of Kurisu in the pool of blood flashes through my mind. Is she alright? I run towards her, but before I make it halfway, she suddenly sits up and turns to face me. Okabe. You're alive. What a dumb thing to say. Fortunately, it looks like Kurisu didn't hear me. She's busy combing her disheveled hair with her fingers. I breathe a silent sigh of relief. Right. I forgot I might run into you here. What were you doing? Thinking. Oh. Was she thinking about her death? I don't know what to say, so I keep my mouth shut. Kurisu appears to be in the same boat. She's staring at the capsule toy dispenser in the corner, her face wearing the usual frown. The awkward silence drags on. When you think about it, Kurisu's fate rests in my hands. My decision will determine whether she lives or dies. Her fantastic hypothesis yesterday was a desperate attempt to construct a scenario where she doesn't die. Even if she believes that her theory is correct, it must be difficult for her to avoid imagining her own death. I force a smile. I'm getting really uncomfortable here. Looks like I'm in your way, so I'll just go. Oh, okay. Damn, I was expecting a sarcastic remark like, since when do mad scientists have manners, or something. Just then, something cold lands on the tip of my nose. When I look up, raindrops start landing on my forehead. An evening shower. It's only going to get more intense, and quickly. Chrissy hasn't moved a muscle. She's just standing there with her arms folded, staring at the ground, as if she doesn't notice the rain at all. Hey, it's raining. Huh? Oh, yeah. She's acting strange, like her mind is elsewhere. I knew it. She's been thinking about... Whoa! In less than a minute, the rain turns into a full downpour. We had no time to seek shelter. What the hell? Kirsty's scream is drowned out by the roar of the rain. Whew, what a surprise. That's what you get for tempting the sky gods. Now, safely inside the building, we take a moment to catch our breath. It's been a week since Suzua's time machine disappeared, but Radicon is still closed. The lights are off, and it's pretty dark inside. You should have warned me sooner. Even my underwear is soaked. Same here. I bet you're glad it's dark, huh? What do you mean? If the lights were on, I'd be able to see everything. Even in the dim light, I could tell that Chris was scrambling to cover her chest. I forgot that you're a perv too. You're the one who announced that your underwear was wet. Just drop it. If you're imagining what color my underwear is, I'll kill you. I'm not imagining anything. She's too self-conscious. But the color of her underwear, huh? Gotta be white. Achoo! Gold? I'm not stripping naked if that's what you're suggesting. Your perv tricks won't work on me. You said strip. Calm down, will you? God. But if you want to strip, go right ahead. I can't make out your scrawny figure in this light anyway. Another word, and I'll make you eat your cerebral neocortex with ponzu sauce. Sorry. Please, spare me that horror. Still, these wise cracks are a welcome distraction. A storm like that shouldn't last long. I guess we'll just wait it out. I see Chrissy's shadowy form move to sit on the staircase. I sit next to her. Hey, get your own stair. What? You're the one who said not to speak. You're too close. Don't come any closer, okay? You can stay where you are, but come any closer and I'll push you away, okay? Our bodies gradually grow cold. We start shivering. Maybe I should take off my wet clothes. But if I do that, Chris will just call me a perv again. My eyes gradually adjust to the darkness. I see Chris more clearly now. She's huddled up against the wall. Don't look at me. Impossible. How can you see where I'm looking? Does she have infravision? So you were looking. Damn, she's leading question on me. That's such a high-level technique. I avert my eyes from Chris and take off my lab coat. That's when I notice my coat is torn at the shoulder. Damn. Must have caught on something when we ran inside. What are you talking about? Just a little tear in my coat. Is clumsiness one of your character traits? Don't be ridiculous. I'm a mad scientist. I bear the curse of insanity, not clumsiness. Clumsiness? It seems like forever since I've talked to Krisua's Huin Kyoma. Yeah. Krisu suddenly holds out her hand. Give it here. What? I happen to have a sewing kit with me. I'll stitch it up for you. A sewing kit? You? Something wrong with that? I hand over my coat, as asked. You're an experiment-loving girl. You're not supposed to be domestic. Can't I be a domestic experiment-loving girl? You? Domestic? Relatively, maybe. Well, actually, I don't know the domesticity index for Japanese high school girls these days. There's an index for that? First I've heard of it. Chrissy skillfully threads the needle, despite the darkness. It's wet, so it's kinda hard to thread. Did you really just happen to have that on you? Get over it already. Is it really so wrong for me to have a sewing kit? It's not wrong, it just seems like you planned for this. So you're saying I brought it with me because I somehow knew your coat was going to get ripped? Uh-huh. Ridiculous. And before you get the wrong idea, I'm not fixing your coat because I want to or anything, okay? Nice, tsundere line. Don't mock me. You just happened to tear your clothes, and I just happened to have a sewing kit handy when you did. It's a coincidence. That's all. Coincidence. Hey, you didn't time leap, did you? So now you're saying that I went back in time for the sole purpose of repairing your stupid lab coat. Uh-huh. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. There. It's so important, I said it twice. Comprendes? You're right. If you had time leaped, you would have brought a towel, not a sewing kit. What's that, sarcasm? All you do is complain. After working for a while, Chrissy cuts the string with her teeth, then hands me back my coat. Here. Thanks. By the way, it was dark, so I couldn't really see. If it turns out bad, it's not my fault. It was dark. That's all. Oh, and I hope you like the color, because I have no idea which thread I used. It's random? Black, red, or pink? Those are the three possibilities. Well, let's just hope it's not pink. Achoo! Cold? I guess. Take my coat. But it's wet. Well, yeah, but... Silence again. The words flow so naturally when it's just harmless banter. But 1 second of silence, and suddenly I have nothing to say. It must be because of what happened yesterday. I'm so desperate to avoid the topic that nothing seems safe. I know I need to say something, but what? Have you made your decision yet? Her voice is barely a whisper, but I can hear her clearly in the silence of the empty stairwell. I look at Krisu. She's hugging her knees to her chest, presumably against the cold. My decision. I know what she means. That's why I can't answer. You still haven't made up your mind? You like Mayuri, don't you? What? Where did that come from? Krisu keeps staring into the darkness. It's probably just my imagination, but lately I've been seeing things, like a strange sort of deja vu. In these visions, you're fighting to save Mayuri, all by yourself. You never give up, no matter how much it hurts. Krisu, too? And then you come to me for help. You're so desperate, so earnest, that I just have to do what I can. Not that I'm doing it for you, okay? I just want to save Mayuri, that's all. Anyway, these images are stuck in my head, like memories. So Krisu's the same. She still has faint memories from previous world lines. I tried self-analysis. Maybe I'm mistaking dreams for reality, projecting my hopes and fantasies. I don't know. But there's one thing I do know. You have to save Mayuri. Aren't you afraid? To save Mayuri, I must undo the current world line. If I do that, Krisu will die. You know, it kind of feels like we're trapped in an ancient ruin. Krisu suddenly changes the subject. She looks around the dark, empty stairwell. Like the world ended, and we're the only two people left. I've been thinking. Say you go to the beta world line and everyone else goes with you. What if I can't go with you? What if I'm the only one left behind? Would the entire world become like this place? It's just a theory, but I can't help but wonder. I need to say it. I'll save you. Not just Mayuri, but don't make promises you can't keep. Kurisu cuts me off sharply, then buries her face in her knees. You asked me if I wasn't afraid. Of course I'm afraid. Maybe I'll disappear. Maybe I'll be left behind, all alone. Or maybe only you will disappear and everything else will stay the same. The world will continue and nobody will even know that you existed. I'll go back to America and nothing, as if nothing ever happened. Maybe. I feel hopeless, just thinking about all the possibilities. But even so, Gracie raises her head and spears me with her glare. Do you think I would tell you to let Mayuri die? Kurisu. Jesus. It's cold. Kurisu grabs her own arms. In the darkness, I see her shoulders shaking. It's because of these wet clothes. This sucks. Anyway, enough of this nonsense. It's nothing but conjecture, baseless, worthless. I want to cut open my skull and excise the part of my brain that comes up with these delusions. Now she's talking to herself in an angry tone. Kurisu has always been calm when faced with the unknown. I admired her for that. I thought she was facing this calmly too, but I was wrong. Behind her cool facade, she was struggling to cope with the knowledge that her very existence was in jeopardy. She was fighting that fear all alone. And now it has finally come to the surface. Of course she's afraid. However brilliant she may be, she's still just an 18-year-old girl. Kurisu abruptly stands up. I realize that I no longer hear the sound of rain pounding on the roof. Listen, Okabe. You can't save us both, correct? No matter how you struggle, it's one or the other. But, no buts. My answer won't change. Save Mayuri. I hear the pain in her voice, and also the resolve. Kurisu has made up her mind. I look away and clench my fists. My nails dig into the palms of my hands. Are you telling me to give up? To abandon you? I could never do that. You can, and you must. There's no other way. No, you're our friend. I won't abandon you. Okabe. Kurisu drops to her knees and grabs me by the collar. I grasp for breath as she stares into my eyes. Her eyes are hard and stern. It's always like this when she scolds me. Always the same glare. Is there another solution? There isn't, is there? I don't want to live if it means sacrificing Mayuri. If you don't save her, I'll never forgive you. This can't be happening. I hate this choice with no right answer. I hate the universe for being so cruel. And most of all, I hate myself for forcing Kurisu to speak these words when she is the one with the most to lose. Tears well up in my eyes, but I bite my lip and hold them back. Is there really no other way? I can't bear it. I look straight back at Kurisu as she holds me by the collar and tightly embrace her slender body. Her clothes are still wet from the rain, but all I feel is warmth radiating from the core of her being. But you're right here. Why does it have to be this way? Okabe. Tension drains from her back and her hands. She gives her whole body to my embrace. Thank you. I know you're hurting for me, but you've done enough. I'm fine. So just think about Mayuri, okay? Despite her fear, Kurisu has made her decision. It's time for me to do the same. I need to decide here and now. The future of the world. Which friend to let die. Holding Kurisu tightly, I whisper into her ear. I guess this is the moment where I've been leading up to the Kurisu ending instead of the Mayuri ending, I guess.
I'm gonna be honest, at the beginning when I realized I was just gonna be reading the same thing, I just kept going because I was like, it's too late now. It's too late now. I won't give up. Ever. Kurisu suddenly pushes me away. She steps back, her face hidden behind her hair. But her fists are trembling. Her body exudes raw fury. This is ridiculous. You motherfucker. Whoa. I said I was fine. What do you mean you won't give up? Are you stupid? Wanna die? Are you trying to be a hero? You Chinubio whack job? Don't make promises you can't keep. Your stupidity is infuriating. Why can't you just do as I say? What's the problem, huh? If you weigh the options logically, saving Mayuri is the only... Fuck logic! Kurisu stares at me in shock. I'm not God. Maybe I got close, but that's not me. I can't decide who lives and who dies anymore. Suzua? Ferris? Lukako? I sacrificed their happiness to save Mayuri. And the whole time, a voice in the back of my head was asking, is this really okay? What gives me the right? This time, I want to save both of them without sacrificing anyone. Kurisu turns away with a frown, then starts tapping her foot in a clear gesture of displeasure. There's nothing you can do. It's the choice of Stein's gate. Isn't that what you always say? The equation is proven, Okabe. There's no escape. You're just one man. No matter how hard you try, you can't overcome the will of the future. I know, but I'm still going to try. I won't lose Mayuri or Kurisu. I hear Kurisu grinding her teeth. Then she turns her back to me. Have it your way, but I'm not helping. I'm going back to America, and that's that. Goodbye. I don't expect we'll meet again, Huen Kyoma. I can't believe this. How stupid can you be? You're so stupid. Kurisu disappears down the stairs, muttering insults until I can no longer hear her. Now alone, I sigh into the darkness. Kurisu is absolutely right. I can't think of a single way to save them both. I am a fool. And yet, I have to try. But this time, I won't have Kurisu's help. I have to fight the universe alone. How do I save both Kurisu and Mayuri? To imagine it's just sending a message to Kurisu like a few days ago, or 30 minutes in game time ago. I don't want to make the same mistakes again. In the end, all I can do is time leap. Time leaping can't save Mayuri, but at least it can delay her death. Give me time to find a solution. On this world line, Mayuri dies at 7:30 on the night of August 17th. That's about 26 hours from now. My battle has no end in sight. If only Suzua were here. I could have asked her for advice. But even alone, I must find a way. So resolved, I start time leaping again to save Mayuri. I've done this before. When Mayuri died the first time at Moeka's hands, I tried time leaping to prevent her death. But I only tried running away that time. This time, I try every approach I can think of. I try hiring bodyguards to protect Mayuri. I try taking Mayuri to South America, an entire world away from Japan. I try crippling CERN with attacks on their servers, the ones that don't need the IBN 5100. I tried getting Mayuri admitted to a hospital. It's hard, given Mayuri's perfect health, but I manage. My goal is to keep her from dying by heart attack. I try everything I can possibly imagine. However, every plan fails. Mayuri dies again and again and again. Sometimes it's murder, sometimes an accident. But every time I leap, Mayuri dies. Maybe it really is impossible to resist fate. As long as I remain on this world line, Mayuri can't be saved. Fate will kill her every time. From Mayuri's perspective, she only dies once. I have seen her die dozens of times, all because of me, and yet it no longer affects me as it used to. Little by little, I have grown desensitized to her death. In the beginning, I felt unbearable pain every time I saw her die, and murderous rage towards the ones responsible. Now I feel nothing. The realization stuns me. After dozens of leaps, I finally realize what should have been obvious from the beginning. I never leap back more than 26 hours. Why? I could go back as far as August 11th, a whole week into the past. Yet I never do. Why? Because I know that even if I do, nothing will change. I don't believe that anything will change. Every time Mary dies, I find myself thinking, another failure. What went wrong this time? I calmly analyze Mary's death, then take my data and head for the time leap machine with a sigh, like a gamer forced for the upteenth time to restart a particularly difficult stage. I'm just going through the motions. I didn't even realize until this moment how routine it had all become. Now that I have, my actions suddenly seem meaningless. I can't take another step. And that's how I find myself here, sitting motionless in front of the time leap machine. I've been staring at it for hours. When we got caught in that evening shower on the Radicon rooftop, my clothes got soaked. But now they're completely dry. My body temperature has dropped. But I don't have the energy to warm myself with a shower. I sluggishly get to my feet and pick up the headset. The sight of it fills me with resignation. Resignation, that's all. There's no desperate drive to save Mary, no hope that this time I might succeed. Those emotions are long gone. In truth, they have been gone since my argument with Kurisu. Deep down, I always knew that she was right. I pretend not to see it. I told myself that the time leap machine could solve everything. That was just an excuse, a last attempt to satisfy my ego. In the end, all I'm doing is running away. I turn around in surprise, and there I see Kurisu standing in the doorway. I thought she never wanted to see me again. Why is she here? Why? Kurisu ignores my question and fixes me with her usual glare. Time leaping is just running away. You don't have to tell me. I already know. I know all too well. In the end, all I'm doing is running away, running from responsibility, running from the decision. If I had known I would have to make this choice, then I would have refused Suzuha when she entrusted me with her mission. I've heard people lost lots of people just to save Mary. And yet, I don't even feel guilty anymore. I feel like I'm losing my humanity. Then why are you hesitating now? Maybe because my insurance, the time leap machine, isn't effective. Or maybe I just haven't mastered it yet. Maybe I haven't tapped into its full potential. Running only makes it hurt more. She suddenly looks away. Then she leans against the wall and smiles bitterly. I should know. Is Kurisu running too? From what? Look at yourself, Okabe. You look like you've aged a decade. Your heart can't take it anymore. You don't need to beat yourself up like this. Just accept the truth. Like I said, you can't stay here. Go to the Beta World line. Go to the world where Mayuri doesn't die. Not just for your sake, but for mine as well. She's right. I have no other options left. No more emails. No more time leaps. There's no perfect world where both Kurisu and Mayuri live. Maybe there are things I've yet to try, but I'm certain that all of them will end in vain. As long as I stay on this world line, Mayuri will die. And if I go to the Beta world line, Kurisu will die. We'll never be able to talk like this again. It's only been 20 days since we met, and yet memories of Kurisu flash before my eyes. Hey, could you not talk about me like that? I'm perfectly fine. Let's say that we wanted to make a machine that could physically transport people through time. What would we need? Who the hell is Christina? I never said that. I don't want to deny who I've been, because even my failures are a part of who I am today. We may have created a monster here. You said I was your friend, remember? You said I was important to you. That made me really happy, I guess. Once we're done upgrading the phone wave, I want you to come with me. I want to be your strength. Thank you. I know you're hurting for me. So much has happened these past 20 days. We argued. We exchanged insults. We made incredible discoveries together, and when confronted with the limitations, the implications, we shared our fears. Whenever I hit a dead end in my struggle to save Mayuri, I always turned to Carissa for help. She always listened. She always believed me. And I helped her too. When she was distraught over her father, we promised to go to Aomori together. Without this genius girl on our side, we would not have the time leap machine. Proud, passionate Makise Kurisu, always strong, or at least pretending to be, a little nosy too, and serious to a fault. Before I knew it, she had become the center of the lab. From the very beginning, I was attracted to her radiant confidence. I found myself mesmerized by her every gesture, hanging on her every word. I listened, enraptured, whenever she presented her latest theory. Confidence. At the end of the day, the reason I never called her by her name was because I was too embarrassed. I admired her. I longed for her, and I didn't want to admit it to myself. Only now do I realize the truth. I love her. And that is why I want so desperately to save her. She's not just a fellow lab member. To me, Carissa is far more than that. And yet, I have no choice. In the end, everything she said was right. I can't save you. I'm sorry. In a desperate attempt to hold back my tears, I bite my lip tightly. The taste of blood spreads through my mouth. Why does it have to be you? Why? I pound my fist on the table. Silence. Nothing moves. Outside the window is only darkness. Is this what it's like to be the only person left in the world? Hey, Okabe. Once you go to the Beta World line, Mayuri and Hashida will forget the time we spent together, right? Chris's cheeks start to redden, and she turns away. Will you remember me? Her voice is barely a whisper. Of course I'll remember you. Of course I will. There's no way I could ever forget the girl most important to me. Huh? You mean... What the hell are you saying? The truth. But... Proof. I need proof. I can't come up with a formula otherwise. Carissa is getting flustered for some reason. When the anterior pituitary gland hypersecretes ACTH, and gamma waves induce stochastic resonance, we can assume an infinite Hausdorff dimension for the Hilbert curve. That is, we can measure the asymptotic line with positron emission topography. Kurisu. I speak her name. Our eyes meet. I love you. Chrissy looks away, her face bright red. And you... Eh? What? Do you... How do you feel about me? You want to know? Chrissy suddenly looks at me straight in the eye. Her face is still red, but her expression is firm. She walks straight up to me, grabs me by the collar, and jerks me towards her. Close your eyes. Did I make her mad? Perhaps Chrissy hates me for some reason. Maybe she really did mean all those insults she said to me. That would be really sad. I slowly lick my trembling lips and timidly try to ask a question. Why close my... Just shut up and close them. I do as I'm told, though I still don't know why she's so angry. My collar is still in Chrissy's grip. Abruptly, I feel a soft sensation against my lips. The faint scent of citrus tickles my nose. When I open my eyes in surprise, I see Chrissy's face, scant millimeters away. And then I understand what has happened. Why were they open? She's kissing me. Her lips are very warm. My mind goes blank. I'm unable to think. I want to stay like this forever, but soon our lips separate. Her lips should have blood on them. He bit his lip earlier. Chrissy looks down shyly. What? It's not like I did it because I wanted to or anything. It's just, you promised that you wouldn't forget about me. Research shows that memories are harder to forget when coupled with intense emotions. You're a virgin and a perv, so I was sure you'd have elaborative rehearsal on your first kiss, instantly making it a long-term memory you'd never forget, so... I just don't want you to forget about me, Okabe, no matter what. My heart fills with love for Chrissy as she makes her frantic excuses. What a relief. Chrissy wasn't mad. She was just trying to hide her embarrassment. I want to be with her even more. I want to talk with her even more. I want to learn even more about her. But I know that wish can never come true. My chest tightens. I feel like I'm suffocating. Desperate to keep my emotions under control, I place my own hands on top of Chrissy's, which are still grabbing my collar. Sorry to disappoint you. Huh? That wasn't my first kiss. What? Why you... You're such a You're just a cherry boy, is that what I said? I remember playfully kissing Mayuri in elementary school. And just a little while ago, I forcibly kissed Moeka to silence her. But that was on another world line, and now it never happened, so I guess it doesn't count. So, it wasn't your first... Right. So it only left a weak impression, probably not enough to become a long-term memory. I'm lying, of course. I've never felt such an intense kiss as that. The shock was like a lightning bolt into the brain. But still, I'm lying. Because if I miss this opportunity, I'll never be able to touch Chrissy again. This is my last chance. So, once more? What? Chrissy fidgets. She usually glares at me harshly, but now she's avoiding my eyes. I don't ever want to forget. So let's make doubly sure. I decide to take the initiative. I wrap my arm gently around Chrissy's waist and pull her slender body against mine. Then I guess there's no choice. Chrissy looks up at me shyly. Just a kiss, okay? What is she worried I'll do? Be gentle, okay? I run my fingers softly through her hair. Then I slowly bend down. Okabe. We're both shy, so we end up pecking at each other's lips like two small birds. Then we draw back and look at each other. Chrissy's eyes are wet. Tears are running down her cheeks. I kiss them away. They are salty. Don't forget me. We press our lips together again, stronger than the first time, longer than the first time. I never want to let go. We embrace each other tightly, our feelings too powerful to contain. We seek each other's warmth again and again. Locked in our embrace, we feel each other's breath. We feel each other's scent. We feel each other's taste. It's too fast. Chris's whisper resonates through our embrace. Time is going by too fast. I could really use a word with Einstein right now. Time is not absolute. Einstein proved that time could be fast or slow depending on the observer. Hey, Okabe? The theory of relativity is so romantic and so sad, don't you think? How does Chrisu feel about me? In the end, she never really answered my question. Early morning, Akihabara Station. Chrisu is standing before the entrance with her huge suitcase beside her. She waves to me shyly as I approach. Then she blushes and shoots me her usual glare. After that kiss, Chrisu went back to her hotel to pack. That suitcase must hold everything she brought to Japan. She's going back to America. Well then, are you sure I shouldn't call Mayuri and Daru? I think that would just make it harder. But you, I have no trouble leaving behind. That was a joke. Chrisu looks like she's about to cry. I'm sure I just look sad. But I won't cry. I don't have that right. This is a souvenir. Take it. I hand her future gadget number 2, the bamboo helicam. It's a bamboo helicopter equipped with a CCD camera, which allows it to record video in the air. A truly groundbreaking invention. But sadly, due to its constant high-speed rotation, the video it produces tends to cause motion sickness. No thanks. Just take it. It's not even that bulky. I wanted to give her future gadget number 7, Ghost in the Ball, but it was too big. Chrisu accepts a bamboo helicam with a strained smile. Oh, fine. I guess I'll take it. And then silence. No words of farewell. We just look at each other. Sorry I couldn't go with you to Aomori. Yeah. But these 2 weeks were fun in their own way. Give my regards to Mayuri and Hashida. Okay? Chrisu spreads her arms wide. Without a moment's hesitation, I step forward and embrace the girl genius one last time. Hang in there, Okabe. Stay well. Chrisu smiles faintly, then turns and walks toward the entrance with suitcase in hand. I watch her go, unable to move a muscle. I want to stop her. I want to wrap my arms around her and tell her to stay with me forever. But I can't. This is what we decided. To save Mayuri. To save the future. I'm sorry, Chrisu. I can't save you. Chrisu will disappear. She'll be left behind on this world line. There's no place for her in the coming world. I will remember you, Makase Chrisu. I will remember your warmth. I will never forget. I don't know whether Chrisu hears my words. She keeps walking. Stride steady. Back straight. Long silky hair fluttering in the wind. She's quickly fading into the distance, but I can tell. I see her shoulders trembling. We will never meet again. Our world lines will never cross again. I'm glad I met you, Chrisu. I would have been lost without you. I love you. Goodbye. I stand there in the entrance as commuters file past until long after she has vanished from sight, afraid that any motion, any thought might cause the tears to fall. The time has come. We will now commence the final phase of Operation Verthandi. Mayuri and Daru turn to me and nod. Today is the last day of Kamuma. Daru wanted to attend, of course, but a little begging convinced him to prioritize the operation. I take a look around the lab. These 20 days have been madness. It's incredible to think that at one point, this lab had a whole 8 members. And now, we're back to 3. The memories we made, the experiences we shared, to save Mayuri, I will undo them all. There is sorrow in me, and guilt. I engrave them deep inside my heart. I'll never forget. I mustn't forget these long yet short summer days. But still, I choose to erase our memories. I choose to return everything back to normal. Suzua's mission is irrelevant. I'm not doing this for the future. As long as Mayuri lives, nothing else matters. Daru, you may begin. You sure? Yeah. Okie dokie. Daru starts typing on the IBM 5100. It's already connected to his main computer. This will get us into CERN's central database, where they keep the data they mine with Echelon. There we will locate the first email I sent on July 28th and erase all trace of its existence. With this, I can reach the Beta world line. At last, Mayuri will be safe. I look at Mayuri. She's on the couch, sitting straight as a ramrod, with her grandmother's pocket watch pressed to her ear. She stays still, her eyes closed. Whenever Mayuri wants to calm down, she listens to the sound of that pocket watch. Earlier, I told Mayuri everything. I guess she's come to terms with it, in her own way. The actual work, I've left to Daru. No problem there. While waiting for him to finish, I walk into the development room. In the center of the room is the time leak machine. I squat down and gently brush my fingers against the microwave surface. It's cool to the touch. I've made irreplaceable friends because of this thing, and because of this thing, I've hurt them. But I don't want to blame the tool. It's how you use the tool that matters. And now, I've got to admit, it's saved me more than once. But still, once this is over, I'll destroy the time leak machine. We must never make the same mistakes again. Okurin, I found it. It's really there. The D-mail I sent? It's there? It sure is, man. Daru points to a string of characters. My name is there, followed by the message I wrote about Kurisu's death. 3 lines total, each 12 characters long. This data led CERN to our date and doorstep. At FB's instruction, Moeka and the Rounders attacked. If Suzua is right, then by erasing this data, we will escape the attractor field alpha, where CERN dominates the future. That will take us to the attractor field beta, to the beta world line within its range of convergence, to a future without Mayuri's death. Mayuri is standing next to me, gazing intently at the monitor. She grasps my hand firmly. Okurin. It's okay. She looks anxious, so I pat her head to calm her down. Everything's set. One press of the enter key, and that data is gone. Daru stands up and gestures to the open seat. I leave that honor to you, Okurin. I sit down and face the keyboard. This time, it ends. Kurisu's face floats through my mind. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. Goodbye, Kurisu. Slowly, I raise my right hand and extend my index finger. Victory is at hand! Daru twitches at my cry. With unimaginable brilliance and unwavering conviction, I have defeated our vast and powerful enemy and now stand triumphant on the field of Ragnarok. I give thanks to the comrades whose sacrifice made this victory possible. One press of this key and Chris will die. I firmly grip my coat at the shoulder where it has been stitched together with jagged pink thread. The coming world? is the world I wished for. I wish for Mayuri to live and Kurisu to die. That is the truth, and I must never forget it. This is the choice of Stein's Gate. This is the choice of Okube Rentaro. Let the world be reborn. I swing down my index finger, and at the exact same time, I hear the loud door open. My eyes dart towards the sound. There, in the doorway, stands Kurisu. Her face is flushed. Was she running? Why is she here? She should have been on her way to the airport by now. Kurisu is looking at me. Her eyes are glistening, but her face is all smiles. Did she come back for me? In a split second of frozen time, I imagine I hear her voice. We didn't say goodbye, she says. Immediately afterward, my finger strikes the enter key. The world starts to warp. The timeline is being rewritten. I feel my consciousness being sucked into the vortex. Reading Steiner. Divergence is changing. The warp accelerates. Kurisu. Daru. Mayuri. Everything inside the lab is shifting. Color fades as my consciousness leaves this world line. I turn to face Kurisu, desperate to burn this last sight of her into my eyes. She raises her hand. Sayonara. Okabe, I love... The world gradually stops spinning. Little by little, color returns. I lock... That is to say, I look to the door. She was standing there just a moment ago. My assistant, Christina Nakasakurisu. Now she is gone, vanished like a dream. I look around the room. Next to me is Daru. Behind me is Mayuri. Everything is where it should be. It looks like nothing has changed at all. I gently touch my coat's shoulder, where Kurisu fixed a torn seam. It's gone. My coat isn't torn. The stitches, uneven from having been sewn in the dark, have disappeared. There's no trace of that ridiculous pink thread. I stand up and head to the development room. Underneath the table, the time leap machine. No, that's not the time leap machine. That's the phone wave, name subject to change. The upgrades Kurisu made are gone. Nothing has changed. This world is exactly the same. In all respects, save one. Kurisu was never here. Every trace of her has vanished. Kurisu is nowhere now. Nowhere, except in my memories. Mayuri and Daru are looking at me. Hey, who was Lab Mem 004 again? I need to ask, even though I know what the answer will be. Okurin, there isn't a fourth Lab Mem, remember? Are you going to introduce a new member? Requesting cute girl. No, I knew that this is how it would be. But the fact that they forgot her existence is so saddening, so frightening. I'm the only person in the world who remembers Makise Kurisu as lab member 004. So I won't forget. I alone will live with her memory engraved upon my heart. Now, time to proclaim my triumph. There are still things that must be done, and many sacrifices were made to get here. But despite all that, this is my victory. I have won. Mayuri and Daru stare in wonder at my abrupt laughter. The last battle of Ragnarok is won. I, the insane mad scientist Hoen Kyoma, with an IQ rivaling that of Einstein himself, have thwarted the organization, outsmarted CERN, and conquered the whole of space and time. Now that the moment of my triumph At the moment of triumph, I stand before you as a god. This brave new world is the fruit of my ambition. The hated system shall collapse, and chaos shall rule the earth. This truly is the choice of Stein's Okurin. Mary suddenly throws her arms around me. I freeze, utterly taken aback. Dario looks as confused as I am. Mary looks up at me and smiles. It's the gentlest smile I've ever seen. It's okay now. What are you saying? I must proclaim our victorious glory. That is all my... But, Okurin, you look like you're about to cry. You don't have to try so hard, okay? I know you're doing it for me, but I don't want to be a burden. So you don't have to pretend anymore, okay? If you're hurting, just say so, like normal Okurin would. But, you don't have to worry about Mayushi anymore. Mayushi is fine. So you can cry if you want to, okay? I don't know what happened, but it's okay to cry now. And just like that, the mask shatters. All it took was one word from Mayuri. Mayuri, the sister I never had, the girl who always needed my protection. I had to save her. That was my purpose. I even sacrificed the girl I loved. But now I finally realize that it's over. Mayuri is safe. I'm free. Once more, I see Kursu's face in my mind's eye. I recall the warmth of her body, the softness of her lips, the weight of her last words. One by one, they pound against my heart. I can't bear it anymore. Whoa, man. Are you really crying? My vision blurs. Tears run down my cheeks. A tidal wave of emotion crashes over me. Nothing remains to hold it back. I'll never see Kurisu again. That knowledge shreds my heart. I can't hold back my sobs. I can't hold my tears. And this is the world I've been searching for. A world where Mayuri does not die. And yet, it is the missing the person most precious to me. It's too much. It's too cruel. Why did it have to be Kurisu? Why was I forced to choose? Why did she send me off with a smile? I cling to Mayuri. She strokes my hair gently. I surrender to my grief. 3 days have passed since then, and Mayuri is still alive. Moeka and the Rounders have not attacked, and Tenoji has shown no sign of moving against us. Daru has been visiting May Queen as usual, while Mayuri has been working on costume designs for next Kamima. Everything is back to normal. Everything save for the hole in my heart. That's it. I'm standing by the dumpster out back of the lab. We just finished dumping the last of the trash. This morning I called Daru, and together we dismantled the phone wave in the IBM 5100. Man, what a waste. That thing was worth a fortune. And now we don't have a microwave. How will Mayushi eat her juicy chicken #1? Come on. I'll get you a new microwave. We no longer need the phone wave, that miraculous time machine built by coincidence. It brought Kurisu into my life, but at the same time, it made many people suffer. It must never be used again. Not by me, not by anyone. It's time for the phone wave to die, and with that, the insane mad scientist Hoen Kyoma, Lord of Space and Time. I recall what Kurisu once said. I don't want to deny who I've been, because even my failures are part of who I am today. I gaze once more upon the scrap heap that was future gadget number 8. We stripped it down to the last bolt and circuit board. Certainly no one can rebuild it now. Time travel is too much power for any human to wield. We don't need D-mails or time leaps, even if nothing in the future is guaranteed. Even though I may die tomorrow, life was never meant to be redone. And that's fine by me. Wouldn't you say so too, Carissa? I look up at the sky, and even though it's the middle of the day, I see a single star shining. Maybe it's Venus, which suddenly reminds me. Going to the past is possible right now. Look into the sky at night, and you can see how things were tens of thousands of years ago. Every night, we casually travel through time. That's what Chrissy said, and each and every word she spoke, I carve into my heart, so that I'll never let them slip from memory, for as long as my life endures. And that was Karisu's ending. And I'm gonna be honest, the entire time I was expecting the ending from the true ending to like continue, just because my memory is never perfect, so I just keep thinking it blurs together, and it only does for me. So that was the Karisu ending. However, we are on track to finish the game the way it was meant to be finished, by saying where you are. Let me be alone, I need to think, I say. And there you have it. Boom, true ending. Yep. I read all of this a second time. Maybe just to prove a point. I don't know. I'm not answering it this time. Yeah, it's Mayuri. Sorry, I can't answer it. I'm not allowed to. Oh, Miyushi here. Hey, Ocarina, is something bothering you? You kind of look sad lately. Do you want to talk about it, or is it something you can tell Miyushi about? That would make me sad. Can't. The apostrophe T is really messing with me. Anyways. Classic. The word burden again. I used to say that to my friend group. Kind of regret it, but I don't regret expressing it, if that's what I felt. Maybe I played this game and I vibed with Mayuri so much that I said something like that. That would make sense, honestly. Okay. Okay, here we are. So okay. Okay, yep, this is it. He asked me if I wasn't afraid. Of course I'm afraid. Maybe I'll disappear. Maybe I'll be left behind all alone. Or maybe maybe only you will disappear and everything else will stay the same. The world will continue, and nobody will even know that you existed. I'll go back to America as if nothing ever happened. Maybe. I feel hopeless just thinking about all the possibilities. But even so, Chrissy raises her head. That one gets me every time, my dyslexia. If you want to call it that. It's not a real thing. I don't have a doctor's note. And spears me with her glare. And do you think I would tell you to let Mayuri die? Krisu. Jesus, it's cold. Krisu grabs her own arms. In the darkness, I see her shoulders shaking. It's because of these wet clothes. This sucks. Anyways, enough of this nonsense. It's nothing but conjecture. Baseless, worthless. want to cut open my skull and access the part of my brain that comes up with these delusions. Now she's talking to herself in an angry tone. Chrissy has always been calm when faced with the unknown. I admire her for that. I thought she was facing this calmly too, but I was wrong. Behind her cool facade, she was struggling to cope with the knowledge that her very existence was in jeopardy. She was fighting that fear all along, and now it has finally come to the surface. Of course she's afraid. However brilliant she may be, she's still just an 18-year-old girl. Chris, who abruptly stands up. I realize that I no longer hear the sound of rain pouring on the roof. Listen, Okabe. You can't save both of us, correct? No matter how you struggle, it's one or the other. But... No buts. Answer. Save Mayuri. I hear the pain in her voice, and also the resolve. Krisu has made up her mind. I look away and clench my fists. My nails dig into the palms of my hands. Are you telling me to give up? To abandon you? I could never do that. You can, and you must. There's no other way. No, you're our friend. I won't abandon you. Okabe. Krisu drops to her knees and grabs me by the collar. I gasp for breath as she stares into my eyes. Her eyes are hard and stern. It's always like this when she scolds me. Always the same glare. Is there another solution? There isn't, is there? I don't want to live if that means sacrificing Mayuri. If you don't save her, I'll never forgive you. Gah. This can't be happening. I hate this choice with no right answer. I hate the universe for being so cruel. And most of all, I hate myself for forcing Carissa to speak these words when she is the one with the most to lose. Tears well up in my eyes, but I bite my lip and hold them back. Is there really no other way? I can't bear it. I look straight back at Karisu as she holds me by the collar and tightly embrace her slender body. Her clothes are still wet from the rain, but all I feel is warmth radiating from the core of her being. But you are right here. Why does it have to be this way? Okabe. Tension drains from her back and her hands. She gives her whole body to my embrace. Thank you. I know you are hurting for me. But you've done enough. I'm fine, so just think about Mayuri, okay? Despite her fear, Karisu has made her choice. It's time for me to do the same. I need to decide, here and now, the future of the world. Which friend to let die? Holding Karisu tightly, I whisper into her ear. Does she get mad again? Or... I won't give up. Ever. Eh? Yeah, there she goes. Karisu suddenly pushes me away. She steps back. Her face is hidden behind her hair, but her fists are trembling. Her body exudes raw fury. This is ridiculous. You motherfucker. Whoa. I said I was fine. What do you mean you won't give up? Are you stupid? Wanna die? Are you trying to be a hero? You Chinabu, you whack job? Don't make promises you can't keep. Your stupidity is infuriating. Why can't you do as I say? What is the problem, huh? If you weigh the options logically, saving Mayuri is the only... Fuck logic! Okay, so this has obviously happened before. How far do I need to go before it diverges again? I don't know, but I'm going to skip it. For the sake of... I don't know, brevity. How much do I have to skip, though, is the question. I'm going to pause here and there. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Running away. Whoa, whoa, calm down, calm down. This is the kissy scene, kissy scene? Question mark? I have... Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is still the same one. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yep, the big smoochy smooch. Okay. The smoochy smooch. So she's leaving, right? Okay, yeah, cool. Very, very super sad and stuff. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. It's okay. Okay. Yep, still looking good, looking good. Okay. Okay. Yep, there she goes. She says she loves him. Uh-huh. Very cool. What's the difference, though? Where does it pop in? Oh, wait, time out. Nope, there it is. There it is, still going. Okay, yep, he made it back. The world gradually stops spinning. No, that's not the time leap machine. That's the phone wave, name subject to change. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. This isn't the same ending though, right? Like, see, I am pretty sure I didn't fail is all I'm saying. Okay, yeah, taking out the trash. Yeah, what a waste. Okay, so does he just like look up into the sky and see Venus and then he keeps like I'm confusion. Okay. Okay, true ending, question mark. Hello? What? There it is, okay. Thank you. I knew it was here. I just was like, I don't want to have to go through all the process of getting the true flags again. I was pretty sure I got it. Anyways. She said to meet her on the roof of Radican. When I get there, I find it cordoned off. The roof was off limits to begin with, but now it's also part of a crime scene. As if I needed another reminder of the murder that took place here 3 weeks ago. I duck under the yellow tape and open the door. The lock is still broken. I can hardly breathe after running up the stairs to get here. As I gasp for air, I look across the stark white concrete. And naturally, my eyes go straight to the satellite sitting smack dab in the middle of the roof. No way. Wow. What's that? It's a robot, right? The transforming kind? Mayuri and Daru are just as surprised. What is that thing? I mean, it looks like Suzuha's time machine, but there's something different about it. Suzuha's looked old and beat up. This one looks brand new. It's not stuck in the wall either. And besides, this is the Beta World Line, where CERN's dystopia never forms. Suzuha has no reason to travel to 2010. That satellite shouldn't be here. And yet, I feel like I've seen it before. Where? When did I? Of course, it was Dr. Nakabashi's presentation. Right before the presentation started, something shook the building like an earthquake, and when I went to check the roof, the satellite was sitting there. Though still confused, I approached the satellite. Just then, the hatch opens, and someone steps outside. Okabe? Rentaro? Suzuha? It really is her. The part-time warrior, John Tider. Time traveler from 2036. Daru's daughter, who will be born 7 years from now. Why are you here? I asked her the same question over the phone, but I can't help myself. I need answers. Are you Okabe Rentaro? I need to know. Yeah. The way she puts it makes it sound like she's never met me before. And now that we're talking face to face, I realize that there's something very different about her. For starters, what's with all the camo? It looks dirty and worn, like she's been fighting in it for a while. She's even carrying a gun, for some reason, and I'm pretty sure it's not a replica. Is she really Amane Suzuha? Hold on. Just hold on 1 second. This doesn't make sense. No, calm down. Figure this out, Okabe. You know that this is impossible. Suzuha can't be here. She left to 1975 in her one-way time machine. She found the IBM 5100. Made sure it would get to you, then passed away in the year 2000. So where did this girl come from? I'm a time traveler from the year 2036. I have a request for Uncle Okurin. Uncle? You're an uncle? We don't have time to honor humor. We don't have time to humor Mayuri's question. Suzuha walks up to me and looks me in the eye. Her expression is grim. The next words out of her mouth are the last thing I expected to hear. This world line is headed for World War III. I need your help to prevent it. Please, help me change the future. What the hell are you talking about? World War III? Oh no, that's really bad. Are you really a time traveler? You're not just messing with us here? Stay out of this, Dad. Dad? Whoa. That was a shock. I mean, it's not every day a mysterious beauty calls me Dad. Though, to be honest, I'd prefer to be called Big Brother. Wait. Everyone just wait. Let me think. I take a deep breath. Okay. Let's figure this out. I turn to Suzuha. Is that thing a time machine? Suzuha nods curtly. She hasn't smiled once. There's no hint of the cheerful Suzuha I remember. Instead, I sense strength, conviction, and steel resolve. Your father built it? That's right. Suzuha glances at Daru. Where did you come from? The year 2036. I stopped in 1975 and 2000 first. You... what? That doesn't make any sense. She's obviously not in her 40s. Which means... that time machine can travel to the future? It wouldn't be much of a time machine otherwise. This isn't the Suzuha I know. But it is Suzuha. You're... from a different future? A different future? What's going on in 2036? What about CERN's dystopia? CERN? What's that? Suzuha frowns. She doesn't know about CERN? That settles it. She's definitely not the Suzuha I know. You said something about World War III? Right. In my time, humanity has been reduced to less than 1 billion people. Less than 1 billion? But the population now is like 6.7 billion. Are you saying 5.7 billion people died? That's what happens when you use nuclear weapons. It was just like the Cold War. Only this time, they were fighting over time travel technology. It happened with a race between the EU. It started with a race between the EU and Russia. Then the Americans got involved, and things really went to hell. They were all desperate to stop anyone else from being first to build a time machine. Whoever controls time controls the world, right? Time travel again. It has the power to grant your dreams, and at the same time destroy everything you love. I know that better than anyone. By 2036, the war is over, but it left the Earth in ruins. We won't survive for long. Not as things are. It's unbelievable. In the future of the Alpha World Line, CERN used their time machine to fashion a dystopia where no one can oppose their rule. Suzuha traveled to the past to change that. She showed me how to escape that convergence. The result is this, the Beta World Line. Here, CERN fails to complete its time machine, but instead, 5.7 billion people die in the fires of nuclear war. This can't be happening. My legs fold beneath me. I sink to my knees. Are you okay? Mayuri kneels beside me and gently rubs my back, but I'm too stunned to respond to her kindness. I glare at Suzuha. Though I know it's absurd, part of me blames her. Why is this happening? You lied to me. You said a peaceful future was waiting for us on the Beta World line. We saved Mayuri. We changed the future. And now, after everything we did, Suzuha appears before me once again to say that it wasn't enough. We're at a point of great divergence when... I know that already! Then you understand. 5.7 billion people are going to die, and the survivors will be left with no future. No hope. I came here to prevent that. And to do that, I need your help, Uncle Okurit. I refuse. I reject her plea outright. Suzuha looks hurt, betrayed, like an abandoned puppy. How dare she look at me like that? I borrow Mayuri's shoulder and struggle back to my feet. I came here from the Alpha World line. I had to sacrifice the girl I love to make it this far. I can't go back. Not to the world line where Mayuri dies. I don't care if 5.7 billion people die. I won't let Kurisu's sacrifice be in vain. One person versus 5.7 billion. They can't be compared. Suzuha is staring at me in disbelief. Mayuri and Daru clearly don't know what to say. I haven't told them what happened, so they can't understand. Wait, you mean you've been to another attractor field? Wow. So that's the power of reading Steiner. How do you know about that? Dad told me. And I've met you before, Uncle Ogrin. In the future, that is. You've met me? I see. So the me of that attractor field went to the past too. A faint smile flickers across her face. Then she looks at me with renewed intensity. Uncle Okurin, I know you don't want to, but... No, I won't let Kurisu's death be in vain. I won't let Mayuri die. Huh? Mayuri dies? By Kurisu, I assume you mean Makise Kurisu? Listen, Uncle. Let's say, hypothetically, that the only way to change the future of this world line is to go to July 28th, 2010, the day Makise Kurisu dies, and save her. What would you do? What? Shock ripples through my body. What did she say? Save Kurisu? But how? We no longer have the phone wave or the time leap machine, and even if we did, I could never leap that far back. Of course. I look over Suzuha's shoulder at the object disguised as a satellite. Your time machine. We can use your time machine. It came all the way from 2036. It should have no trouble going back a mere 3 weeks. Even better, this time machine can do what Alpha Suzuha's cannot. It can travel to the future. I can go to July 28th, save Kurisu, and return to the present. No demails, no time leaps. Genuine, physical time travel. I can't refuse. I literally can't refuse. I saw this time machine once before. On July 28th, that fateful day. Shortly before Kurisu was killed, I saw it standing in this very spot, as sure as it is standing before me now. There's only one thing that can mean. It has already been established that this time machine will appear on that day. In this place. Even before I sent the first email, my participation was assured. Even the thought of turning Suzuha down now is meaningless. Nothing is coincidence. Everything is inevitable. The revelation makes me dizzy. It's like I don't have the teeniest atom of free will, like my every action from the moment of my birth was planned for me by some cosmic force. The world line I'm aiming for isn't... What did you call it? The Alpha world line? It's not that. What we're aiming for is the space between attractor fields. The space between? There lies a world line unaffected by any attractor field. A world line Wonaz, wise wait. A world line known as Stein's Gate. What? But that's the genie name I pulled out of my ass. It doesn't mean anything. I was told that Stein's Gate is a brand new world line, one no one has ever observed. But didn't someone have to observe it to know it's there? Nope. It's never been observed. That's what makes it new. But Dad and Uncle Okaran were able to calculate its divergence. Negative 0.081609% relative to the current world line. That's where we'll find Stein's Gate. And to reach that world line, we have to save Kurisu? Exactly. She's the key to averting World War III. As long as she lives, that war won't happen. Or at the very least, 5.7 billion people won't die. Why? Huh? Why Kurisu? I mean, I know she's a genius, but are you telling me she's the hero who will save 5.7 billion people? I don't know. You don't know. And you expect me to go along with this? Hey, I'm just following Dad's plan. And apparently, you're the one who came up with it in the first place. If there's a flaw in the plan, then we're all in trouble. It sounds like you didn't hear it from me. Is that right? You passed away 10 years ago. 15 years from now, that is. The year 2025? Okabe dies? This year? The year of our Lord, 2025? The same result as on the Alpha World line. So I don't know the whole story. What I do know is that my dad continued your work. After you died, he built this time machine all by himself just to see your plan through. That's my super hacker. He must have hacked into CERN and stolen their research, then used it to construct his own time machine. On the Alpha World line, CERN killed Daru before he could complete the mission. But here, Daru was able to perfect his design. That's why it can go back to the future. At least, that seems the most likely explanation. Uncle Okaran. Like I said, Steins Gate is unobserved. Nobody knows what future awaits us there. There's a chance that a dystopia rises from the ashes of World War III. There's a chance that Makise Kurisu dies just 2 days after you save her. There's a chance that you don't die in 2025, but next week. But there's also a chance that when 2036 comes, there will be no dystopia, no world ravaged by war. There's a chance that everyone, including Makise Kurisu, will still be alive. That's a chance. There's a chance that a wonderful future awaits. At least it won't be the future I came from, and it won't be the future the other me came from. That much is certain. Is an unknown future really for the best? I would hate for the ending role to say, despite your best efforts, you made everything worse. It's completely unknown, completely unpredictable. Kurisu can't be saved. I know that. Even if we change the past, convergence will ensure her death, just as it did for Mayuri. It's impossible. There's no way this plan can succeed. In the end, fate will win, as it always has. But if you're willing to try, if you're willing to come with me to July 28th, then take my hand. I look down at Suzua's hand. Her skin is rough, her palm calloused. This cool, collected, unsmiling Suzua comes from a ruined world, from the ashes of a war that claimed over 5 billion lives. I can only imagine what she's been through. Kurisu, how I have dreamt of saving her. I would do anything to change her fate. But how do I know this invitation won't lead me into another maze of despair? Mayushi doesn't understand any of this, but this Makase person was very important to you, wasn't she? I think you should go for it. 5.7 billion people. Man, I can't even imagine. But don't sweat the small stuff. Just save the girl. And you're set for life. It's the dream of every otaku. Mayuri and Daru offer me encouragement. But it's not enough to overcome my doubt. The Makase Kurisu we knew, lab member 004, is already gone. Even if I save her on this world line, she won't remember any of the time she shared with us. So there's no point. I won't bend time to my convenience. Not again. I am not God. I don't have that right. If I try, I'll just end up making things worse. Reason pleads with me to stop. And yet, I look at Suzuha's outstretched hand, and then, with resignation, I grasp it firmly. I am in. Try though I may to fight it, this choice was made for me on July 28th, the moment I laid eyes upon this time machine. Fate wants me to take your hand. Who am I to argue? I'm not at all confident that I can save Kurisu. How many times have I tried to resist fate only to fail? I don't want to see her die. But if there is a chance, however small, that she can be saved, I have to try. Even if I can't take back what we had, I want more than anything to save her. Let's go. Thank you, Uncle Okurin. Hop aboard. Can this thing even fit 2 people? Of course it can. It's my dad's masterpiece. Daru, your daughter really loves you. I don't get it. Stop calling me Dad. I'd rather be your big brother. If you know what I mean. Be sure to come back, okay? I don't want you to disappear, okay? I'm not going to another world. It's just a short hop to the past. I pat Mayuri's arm reassuringly. Then I follow Suzuha to the time machine's hatch and slip inside. What an amazing moment for a theme. The interior is cylindrical and surprisingly tight. When I sit down on the ledge that rims the cylinder, it puts me face to face with Suzuha, kind of like one of those giant teacup rides. There are fewer controls than I expected. The inside definitely looks more refined than what I saw of Suzuha's time machine on the Alpha World line. But one thing remains the same. The time display panel, a black screen with red lettering. I guess that's just Daru's taste. Give me your phone. When I hand it over, Suzuha casually tosses it out the hatch. Hey! It's better not to bring it. It'll cause interference. Interference? Oh, I see. We're going to July 28th, so there will be 2 of me. And if I bring it, 2 of my phone. I guess that could be a problem if I got a call or something. So time travelers really do have to be careful about what they bring to the past. Shut the hatch. I hear Mayuri and Daru cheering outside. Mayuri caught my phone, thankfully. I give them a final nod, then close the hatch. Silence engulfs us. Suzuha is operating the time display panel. She sets our destination, July 28th, 2010, 11:50 a.m. That should do it. That's cutting it awfully close. I remember that Dr. Nakabashi's presentation began at 12. This time machine can't physically move, meaning no matter what time we travel to, we'll always arrive at the exact same coordinates. In other words, on the roof of Radikan. I mean, it's a little more complicated than that, but there's no time to explain. Anyway, we could leap to the day before the presentation, but if we attract too much attention, they could close Radikan and cancel the presentation. That's why we've got to cut it close. I see. Uncle, this is your first time traveling, right? Okay, first, stop calling me uncle. And yes, I've made more time leaps than I want to remember, but I've never time traveled before. According to John Titor, the G-forces are pretty strong. You feel like you're being stretched out. Yeah, I wrote that. The John Titor stuff? Right? Back when I leapt to 2000. I see. The past has changed. Changed back, I suppose, from my point of view. When I was on the Alpha world line, I saw a Titor post on @channel in real time. On this world line, those posts were made to an English BBS in the year 2000. You don't sound surprised. Nothing can surprise me now. My brain's too busy trying to process all this new information. It feels like it's gonna blow. I'll go over the mission one more time. Once we arrive, there will be no time for chit-chat. The objective is to prevent Makise Kurisu's death. Ever since I returned to this world line, I've avoided all news of Kurisu's murder. I was afraid of setting that result in stone. So I still don't know who killed Kurisu. I don't know how or why she died. I don't know anything at all. If I had known it would come to this, would I have looked things up? I ask myself that question. The answer is no. What about attractor field convergence? That day's a turning point, remember? Meaning the probability of Makise Kurisu's death is roughly 50%. So convergence won't happen. It may happen, it may not. No, it probably will, but I'm sure there's a loophole somewhere. That loophole is the doorway to Stein's Gate. So in the end, it's a gamble. Oh, one more thing. Watch out for Dr. Nakabachi. What do you mean? Remember what I said about World War III? It all started because of something called the Nakabachi paper, a paper Dr. Nakabachi wrote detailing his theory on time travel. But that fraud's theory was just a ripoff of John Titor's. Wait a minute. John Titor's sitting right in front of me. So, what Titor posted on the internet was true? I mixed in some lies, so not many people listened to me at the time. I never thought someone would reevaluate it 10 years later. Looks like he built his theory off what I wrote. Apparently, it's almost perfect. Anyway, Dr. Nakabachi was there when Makise Kurisu was killed, right? So, watch out for him. I'm sure he's important to the divergence of this world line. Dr. Nakabachi? Important? I thought he was just some con artist. Ready to go? Fasten your seatbelt. I look underneath my butt to find what looks like a car seatbelt. I wrap it around my waist and fix my body to the seat. Does it shake a lot? Shake? No, it doesn't shake. You mean it does something else? Wait, is this safe? Suzuha leans forward and pushes a bright yellow button on the bottom of the panel. There are no windows, so I can't tell if the time machine is moving. It's only 3 weeks, so it shouldn't take more than 2 or 3 minutes. Suzuha fastens her own seatbelt and sighs. When I first left to 1975, it was 6 long hours with nothing to do. I guess time travelers have their own problems. Since it's only a few minutes, we won't bother with the oxygen masks. Just be aware we'll have no oxygen for the duration. You mean I have to hold my breath? Right here. Suzuha points to the center of the cylinder, the space between me and her. There'll be an air pocket. Stick your head inside, and you'll have enough oxygen for about 10 minutes. Hey, for argument's sake, what will happen if we fail to save Kurisu? There's not much fuel left. We barely had enough to begin with. There's not even enough for a return trip to 2036. So if we fail to change the world line, then I'll be stuck in this time. But don't worry. As long as we're just traveling 3 weeks each way, we will still have enough for 2 round trips. So what she's really saying is that we only have 2 chances. But then, how do you plan to get back to 2036? I don't. Once we reach Stein's Gate, I won't have any reason to come to this time in the first place, will I? Causality will be reconstructed. I should disappear from this time, since I'll probably be living peacefully in 2036. But that all depends on you, Uncle Ocarin. Her tone is light, but her expression is serious. This is the first time in weeks that we've spoken, but I just now realized something about her. Susua is pretty reckless, isn't she? Suddenly, there's a zapping sound and countless faint silver lights start floating around the cylinder. They look like moth dust or powdered snow. The lights slowly change color. Violet, blue, green, yellow, orange, and red. Back to silver. Violet, blue. The colors of the rainbow? I feel pressure on my entire body, similar to the sensation you feel as you ascend in an elevator. In an elevator, you feel as if you're being pulled downwards, but instead the time machine feels like it's pulling at my back. The feeling of pressure quickly increases. It starts to feel like I'm falling horizontally. I've never experienced anything like this. It's so uncomfortable I want to scream. The strangest thing is that the time machine itself isn't shaking. In fact, it doesn't seem to be moving at all. There's no noise, no vibration. No. It's eerie. The pulling sensation grows even stronger. I can hear my bones creaking. I imagine my body flattened like a pancake. It's not a pleasant thought. It's getting worse. I look at Susua. She has her eyes shut and her jaw clenched tight. I can no longer move. It feels like my back is glued to the wall. My vision begins to warp. And within my warping vision, the power of light still shifts through the colors of the rainbow. It's strangely beautiful, like something out of a painting. And still, I keep falling. Where is it taking me? Through a tunnel of in-time-space? All I know is that I'm falling. Suddenly, everything goes dark. I try to scream, but even my voice falls away. It doesn't even reach my own ears. It's gravity. There's an intense gravitational distortion behind me. And I'm still falling towards it. My vision slowly recovers. The smell of ozone fills my nostrils. Susua takes a deep breath and unfastens her seatbelt. We're here. I gulp for air. Did I really just travel through time? If so, then this is July 28th. The day Krisu and I first met. The day I sent the first D-mail. The day it all began. Susua takes out a digital watch. It's a fairly old-fashioned design. I bought it in 1975, but it's not even 3 years old yet. This is where an uninformed person would say, "In Japanese, please." Susua sets the watch to the correct time, then hands it to me. The display reads 11:51. Nakabachi's presentation starts at 12. Let's do this. You keep an eye on Makise Kurisu and stop whoever tries to kill her. And you? I'll back you up. Also, remember how I took away your phone? The U in July 28th, the U of July 28th is here too, meaning there are currently 2 Okabe Doros in this world. Whatever you do, don't let your past self see you. It could cause a major time paradox. But Tider said that couldn't happen. That was a lie. Misinformation. Come to think of it, Alpha Susua said the stuff she posted about the many worlds interpretation was fake too. Got it. Then let's go. We'll rendezvous at the time machine when it's over. Susua finishes her rushed explanation and motions me toward the hatch. I open the hatch and grab the rim. I squeeze my way out. Susua crawls out after me and closes the hatch. You hide. I'll provide a distraction. Susua runs up to the emergency door. And then, to my astonishment, she draws her gun and fires at the doorknob. The door opens easily. That must have broken the lock. Any minute now, a crowd of people will run up these stairs to see what happened. My past self will be among them. I need to hide before they get here. That was a close one. I nearly bumped into myself on the 8th floor landing. Right after I ran downstairs to the 7th floor, I heard footsteps running the other way behind me. Those footsteps were mine, no doubt. It was a near miss. To be safe, I descend to the 4th floor before stopping to take a breath. I take a look around, but there's nobody paying attention to me. I wonder what Suzuwa is doing. I'm worried, but I need to focus on my own mission. I must prevent Kurisu's death. In about 30 minutes from now, just after Nakabachi's presentation ends, someone will murder her. I know where it happens. In the 8th floor hallway, towards the back of the building, where people rarely go. What I don't know is who stabbed her. Instead of running around and drawing attention to myself, I should just wait at the scene. Let's cool off here for about 5 minutes, and then head over there. If I remember correctly, Kurisu tries to talk to me in the assembly hall, but I blew her off and came down here. After that, I tried calling Mary, but her phone was off, and I couldn't get through, so I went back up to the assembly hall to find her. What time was that? I searched my memories, trying to plot the actions I took on July 28th. It sounded simple when Suzuha said it, but staying away from my past self is going to take more work than I thought. Frustration mounts. I shoved Suzuha's watch into my pocket to quash it. Just then, excuse me. That voice. I turn around. Kurisu? Do I know you? No. You came down the roof. You came down from the roof just now, didn't you? She looks at me with those beautiful eyes shining with intelligence and strength of will. I thought I would never see her again. But now before my very eyes is the girl I love. Tears well up in my eyes. I want to embrace her right this instant. It takes everything I have to resist the urge. Don't forget, this is our first meeting? This Kurisu doesn't know me. I heard a strange sound from the roof. Is that why the building shook just now? What's going on? It's not Dr. Nakabachi's doing, is it? Why did I have to run into Kurisu of all people? I can't answer. I'm afraid that if I speak, I'll be unable to contain my emotions. The memory of her last smile is burned into my mind, imploring me to act. Are you listening? You're sweating like crazy. Kurisu looks at me with suspicion. What would happen if I were to grab Kurisu and run? Would diversions change? Would her murder be averted? I recall all the times Miri died. I recall all the times I time-leaped to save her. Everything I tried ended in vain. I was unable to save her even once. No matter what I did, the world itself killed Miri. Won't it be the same with Kurisu? Should I even try? I reach toward Kurisu, my hand shaking. Hey! She steps back in surprise and fear, clutching a manila envelope to her chest. This is our first meeting, I know that, but to me, she's still the girl I love. If I'd been thinking straight a second ago, I wouldn't have realized that my plan to grab her and flee wasn't going to work. Kurisu would never follow some strange man she only just met. Running isn't an option. All I can do is wait at the scene of the crime. Fighting against the urge to stay, I force myself to turn and leave. Please answer my question. But Kurisu pursues me. Why is she so desperate to know who I am? I do look suspicious, I'll admit that. But if she thinks I'm dangerous, why would she come alone? I turn around reluctantly and meet Kurisu's stare. Answer me. Can I really save you? The words catch in my throat. Can I save her? I don't know. All I know is that convergence is merciless and cruel, and that I am powerless to stop it. Can you... What? I shake my head, then bolt for the stairs before Kurisu can react. What? Wait! Stop! When I make it back to the 8th floor, the presentation has already started. I peek in through the door of the assembly hall. Who the hell am I? Someone who knows you for a fraud, that's who. Someone in the audience is shouting at Dr. Nakabachi, and that someone is me. Now I remember I confronted Dr. Nakabachi in the middle of his presentation. I called him a fraud for ripping off John Titor's posts. From this angle, I look like a real asshole. So, someone throw this man out. Staff members approach. Damn, this is embarrassing. But there's nothing I can do here. I need to leave before Kurisu appears. I turn around and head deeper into the dim passage. An image flashes through my mind. She was lying there, at the end of the passage, in a puddle of her own blood. 20 minutes from now, that's exactly what will happen. Can I prevent it? I must, whatever it takes. There's a pile of junk, toolboxes, cardboard, and the like. About halfway down the passage, the perfect hiding spot, I crouch behind them. Now all I have to do is wait for Kurisu to show. But what will I do when she does? Only now do I realize that I'm completely unarmed. I really didn't think this through. Kurisu is lying in a pool of blood. That means her killer had a weapon. Since I didn't hear a gunshot, it must have been a knife or something similar. How am I going to defend her? And myself. Is there anything around here that might work as a weapon? I still have about 20 minutes. But one wrong move, and someone might catch me. I shouldn't leave this spot. Maybe I'm only being overly cautious, but this is my only chance to prevent Chrissy's death. I don't want to jeopardize that. I don't know what I'd do if I ran into Kurisu again. It's a miracle that I managed to tear myself away last time. The longer I wait in the darkness, the harder it becomes. The anticipation is killing me. So far, not a single soul has passed down this hallway. I can faintly hear Nakabachi's voice through the mic from far away, but that's it. The silence does nothing but increase my tension. To make matters worse, it's hot and humid. I guess the air conditioner's not on back here. My entire body's drenched in sweat, and I haven't even been hiding for a minute. Sweat drips from my brow to the floor. I rub it out with my shoe. I have to keep waiting. There's no other choice. I stay there, crouched in the darkness, for what seems an eternity. In the distance, I hear the sound of sparse applause. I glance at Suzu's watch. It's 12:26. I guess the presentation's over. I peek out from behind the boxes, and just then, I hear footsteps approaching. I quickly duck back behind cover. My heart is pounding. Someone's coming this way. Who? Is it Kurisu's murderer? I clench my teeth and try to drive away the tension. I can only pray that I won't be found. Finally, the footsteps pass right by my hiding spot. Moving only my eyes, I sneak a glance at the person. Kurisu? There's no one with her. I didn't expect Kurisu to be the first to appear. What is she doing back here? This area is for employees only. Now that I think about it, Kurisu's murder made no sense. Why was she killed in a place she would normally never come? Careful to keep quiet, I watch Kurisu from the shadows. About 5 meters down the hall, she stops, walking, and leans against the wall. She's holding that manila envelope I saw her with earlier. She peeks inside and smiles softly. Why is she smiling? Kurisu rarely smiles like that. I mean, it's more like her to glare at people. That envelope. I search my memories again. When Kurisu approached me during Nakabachi's presentation, I'm pretty sure she was holding that envelope. But did she have it when I discovered her body? I don't remember seeing it. What could be inside to make Chrissy smile like that? I can't begin to imagine. Chrissy hasn't moved a muscle. She's just standing there, head hung, her face hidden behind her long hair. I can't read her expression. Is she waiting for someone? Who? Who would she meet in a place like this? That's when I hear another set of footsteps approaching. I can't see who it is from where I'm hiding, but given the timing, it has to be the person who killed Kurisu. And as proof, Kurisu raises her head, and upon recognizing the newcomer, lifts her back off the wall. Her expression softens slightly. The footsteps come even closer. Who is it? I wanted to talk. Kurisu suddenly starts speaking. The footsteps pass right by my hiding spot. I'm so tense. I can't move a muscle. The newcomer finally appears in my narrow field of vision. And it's... Dr. Nakabachi? I slap a hand over my mouth and keep from shouting in astonishment. Kurisu and Dr. Nakabachi know each other? Oh. One more thing. Watch out for Dr. Nakabachi. Something else occurs to me. Why would Kurisu, an accomplished scientist, attend the presentation of a man like Dr. Nakabachi? He's just a 2-bit inventor. Only 15 people came to hear him speak, and that's including trolls like me. There wasn't even any press coverage. Besides, Kurisu hates time travel science. That much was obvious from her lecture at ATF. In that case, it's obvious why she's here. She didn't come to see his presentation. She came to see him. But why? What could be the condition? Wait. It can't be. Are you listening, Papa? Papa. He's her father. Her estranged father, who she told me she hasn't seen in 7 years. Kurisu did say that her father was a physicist. And Nakabachi certainly is a physicist, though the scientific community at large has rejected his research. But wait, does that mean that Nakabachi killed his own daughter? Or was it someone else? Someone who has yet to appear. There's no way to know. If I could only be sure that that Nakabachi was the killer, then I would intervene right now. But I'm not. I'd better keep watching, see what happens. What was that? Or what is that? I heard you were giving a presentation on time travel. So, I thought about it too. Could it be possible to make a time machine? Kurisu wrote a paper on time travel. But when she spoke at ATF, she rejected the very idea of time travel. Although, come to think of it, she was awfully interested in the phone wave. Damn, I forgot how much of a tsundere she was. I'd like your opinion, Papa. We can polish it together, then submit it to the scientific community. I don't know if they'll listen, but just in case, I do have acquaintances at Science Magazine. Nakabachi takes out the document and starts reading it with a disgusted frown. So that's what it was. She didn't have anything dangerous in that envelope, like drugs or a gun. It was just some document. But that raises a new question. Could that be the Nakabachi paper? According to Suzuha, that document sparked a time travel arms race that ultimately led to World War III and the death of 5.7 billion people. It started with a race between the EU and Russia. Then, America got involved, and things really went to hell. Is that why Kurisu's safety is so important to changing Divergence? I get it now. Nothing is coincidence, everything is inevitable. Nakabachi flips restlessly through the document. He's not even trying to hide his irritation. Did I ask you to write this? Well, no, but You invited me to come, remember? It was the first time we'd talked in 7 years. That's what got me thinking. And as I worked on the thesis, I started to realize it might actually be possible to build a time machine. If the thesis is published, you could have your revenge on the scientific community for shunning you. I wasn't shunned. Nakabachi suddenly shrieks at Kurisu, causing her to shrink back in fear. Those incompetent bastards were just jealous of my superiority. I was the one who gave up on them. Please, don't yell. Nakabachi gives his daughter a disdainful snort, then goes back to flipping through the paper. You read really fast, Papa. Just like I remember. Nakabachi even ignores Kurisu's words of endearment. Not bad. You think so? We can submit it jointly, if you like. I don't mind. No. Don't do anything. I'll take care of it. What do you mean? What do I mean? I mean, don't think you're special just because you got your plebeian thesis published in some magazine. What? Is that how you look at your father? I'm sorry. An awkward silence follows. I feel no warmth between these two. The only thing I feel is distance. Kurisu, in particular, seems desperate to avoid upsetting her father. We haven't seen each other in a while. There's a lot I want to talk about. You're living in Aomori now, right? Kurisu is trying to maintain a cheerful tone, but I can see that her expression is stiff. I remember how she said she had trouble dealing with her father. I think my father hates me. She looked so lonely when she spoke those words. Leave. Eh? Go back to America. Never show your face to me. But you want my opinion? We'll submit it jointly? You don't mean any of that. I know how you think. He sounds like a child with an inferiority complex. Is this pity? How dare you? You're supposed to be my daughter. I don't understand. Please calm. I am calm. Don't tell me what to do. This is bad. It's almost time for Kurisu's murder. Was it really Nakabachi, her own father, who killed her? I'll tell you why I called you here today. I wanted to show you my research. Research beyond even what you can imagine. I wanted to prove, once and for all, that you're nothing compared to me. But that brat in the lab coat ruined everything. I know you were laughing at me too. Don't you deny it? How dare you treat your own father this way? I wasn't. You want my opinion on this thesis? Fine, I'll give it to you. Nakabachi rolls right over Kurisu's objections. It's like he doesn't even hear her voice. I'm going to publish it myself. End of discussion. You're stealing it, Papa? What did you say? You're stealing my work? I didn't think even you would do something like... Nakabachi suddenly whirls and strikes Kurisu across the face. What do I do? I know I should do something, but what? Who do you think you're talking to? Nakabachi throws the paper aside and seizes his daughter by the throat. Kurisu gasps for air. Her face twists in pain as his grip tightens. You can't possibly understand how I feel. How did you have to be so talented? Or why? Why did you have... Never mind. I detest you. I hate your very existence. Nobody is allowed to be better than me, understand? Nobody. Especially not my own daughter. That's why I sent you away. I couldn't bear the shame of being your father. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. This is completely absurd. He's blaming her for his own failures. I've seen enough. He is the killer for sure. I burst from my hiding spot. Stop! I ram him with my shoulder as hard as I can, knocking him away from Kurisu. Kurisu, gasps for breath. Gah. Gah. Who the hell are you? I won't let you kill Kurisu. I'm going to save Kurisu. I'm going to save her and change the future. Even a weakling like me can pin down an old man like Nakabachi. Then I can get Suzuo to call the police, and the memory of Kurisu's body flashes through my mind. No, it won't turn out like that. Steadying himself with one hand against the wall, Nakabachi gets to his feet and looks straight at me. The instant our eyes meet, his face twists in rage. You're the brat who ruined my presentation. His presentation? Right, of course. I called him out on his lies in the middle of the presentation. Nakabachi is mistaking me for my past self. Understandable, since we look exactly the same. How dare you show your face before me? Why does everyone get in my way? I know. You and Kurisu planned this, didn't you? Didn't you? He's delusional. You brats won't get away with this. Nakabachi glares at me with bloodshot eyes, then takes something out of his pocket. At first, I can't tell what it is, but then I see it glint in the dim light. A knife. The blade is about 20 centimeters long. I can't help but shiver at its cold shine. Why is he even carrying something like that? Is he completely insane? Wait, is that the weapon that killed Kurisu? I won't let that happen again. Damn. Why is my brain so fixated on that scene? You'll pay for mocking me. Nakabachi charges like an enraged bull with no sign of hesitation whatsoever. He raises his knife high. I instinctively dodge back. The knife misses me by a hair. He gathers himself for another strike. The side of his face, twisted in madness and rage, fills me with terror. I want to scream. He's going to kill me. No, don't be afraid. I can't die here. The past is already decided. But wait, if the past is already decided, then doesn't that mean I can't save Kurisu? I shake off the thought. Just think about saving her. Apologize! Good. Swallowing my fear, I force myself to stop running away. Instead, I lunge forward. I knock Nakabachi's hand aside. The knife falls from his grip and clatters to the floor. I leap on it and pick it up. That was easier than I expected. Stop it, Papa! Don't tell me what to do. I look up in surprise. Nakabachi has taken a screwdriver from a toolbox left in the passage. Kurisu is walking towards him, pleading with him to stop. She's completely defenseless. No, Kurisu, stay away from him. You're the one in danger, not me. Just when I thought I disarmed him, he finds something else. Even a screwdriver can kill with enough force behind it. Run, Kurisu! Kurisu glances at me, but she doesn't move. Why doesn't she run away? This is crazy, Papa. Please stop. What do you know? What do you know? Nakabachi has completely lost his mind. Nothing she can say will reach him. If only you'd never been born. Nakabachi turns to Kurisu, brandishing his screwdriver. But Kurisu still doesn't run away. Gah! Blood spurts from the arm Kurisu used to guard her face. She's going to die. I have to do something. I grip the knife firmly in my hands. Kurisu won't die if I kill Nakabachi first. I'm sorry, but what is going on here? In what way? Brandishing his screwdriver does not imply that he forced it at her in such a way that it would break skin. It's a screwdriver. Whatever. Maybe he was just hallucinating. That image again. Stop getting in my way. I won't be tied to that past. I need to do this to change the future, to save Kurisu. Nakabachi! As Nakabachi raises his arm for another blow, I thrust my knife at his unprotected back. No! Through the knife, my hand feels resistance. The sensation of tearing through flesh, scraping bone. It's surprisingly tough, but at the same time, I feel the flesh pulsating. It shifts in time with my victim's breath. I stabbed. I stabbed. What? I can't believe my eyes. What happened? I tried to stab Nakabachi. The blade should have pierced his back, and yet... At the last moment, Krisu forced herself between us, as if to protect Nakabachi. Why? Strength drains from Krisu's body. She slumps against me, her head on my shoulder. A fitting end for you fools. Laughing maniacally, Nakabachi picks up the dropped thesis and runs to the elevator at the far end of the hall. I can't chase him. I know what's going to happen if I don't stop him, but I can't take a single step. Is this a joke? Is this the punchline? I wanted to know who killed Krisu, and now? I'm sorry. Krisu speaks, her voice barely a whisper. I feel something wet on my hands, wet and warm. Blood. Krisu's blood. Gushing from her wound. It's warm, but not hot. And yet, it feels like it's burning my hands. I tried to pull the knife out. If I can stop the bleeding, maybe she'll be okay. But my hand won't move. It's like they've turned to stone. My arms, my fingers. No matter how hard I try, they won't move an inch. Krisu's breathing quickly grows labored. She's suffering. I didn't mean for this to happen. This isn't what I wanted. Why won't my hands move? I want to pull out the knife. I want to ease her pain. Why won't my body obey me? It's as if someone else is in control. Krisu's body convulses against mine. The pain must be unbearable. Is there nothing I can do to help her? I want to cry. Why? The only thing I can do is ask. Because he's still my father. I just wanted him to accept me. I studied so hard, hoping you would praise me. But now, I finally understand. Papa didn't want to accept me. I'm such an idiot. Why did I save him? I wonder. I'm sorry for getting you involved. It hurts. Am I going to die? I don't want to die. I don't want it to end like this. Her voice is fading fast. Don't die. Please don't die on me. But my prayers are in vain. Help me. Help. Her body suddenly grows heavy. I can no longer hear the sound of her breathing, and yet the blood from her wound is still warm. I killed her. I killed her. The one who killed Krisu was me. Oh, here he comes. Ah! The scream from the very beginning. As I scream, another me looks down from above. As he hears the sound of my despair, the last piece of the puzzle clicks into place. The scream I heard that day was my own. Uncle Okarin. Someone pulls at my arm. Come on, get up. I feel hands slip under my shoulders and drag me away. The knife in my hands pulls free of Chris's chest. A fresh torrent of blood follows it, still warm. Open your eyes, Krisu. Wake up. Pull yourself together. We need to get out of here before they find us. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kill you. I tried to save you. I did. Why is this happening? Someone puts my arms over my shoulder and hauls me to my feet, then drags me away step by step. I don't have the strength to resist. Guilt and regret are the only things inside me. I killed Kurisu. Twice. Hup. Whew. Let's get out of here. Don't give up yet, Uncle. Everything's gonna be fine. I promise. Now hold on tight. I feel someone push me hard from behind. Next, they take the knife away. My fingers are like solid rock. They have to be pried open one by one. I failed to save Kurisu. Worse, Convergence made me kill her. The past has already been decided. It was impossible to change it from the start. Someone drags me out of the time machine. I crumple on the spot, powerless to even stand. Whoa, you're already back. It hasn't even been a minute. Okren. Okren! Mayuri rushes over to me. She looks at my face in concern, but even her concern is too much for me to bear. Please, don't talk to me. Just leave me alone. Whoa, you're covered in blood. What happened? Get him a towel, Dad, and water, and some clothes too. Hurry. Eh? An explanation, por favor. Just go already. Oh, okay. Daughter runs back inside the building. Are you okay? Hang in there. Don't die. He's fine. It's not his blood. Leave me alone. I don't deserve your concern. Save Kurisu? What a joke. Not only did I fail to save her, I took her life away with my own 2 hands. 3 weeks ago, in this very spot, I killed her. I murdered her. There's no way to save her. There never was. Everything has already been decided. It's the same as it was with Mayuri. The same. No matter how hard I struggle, the result will always be the same. We have a time machine. Shouldn't we give it another try? No, it's not that simple. No matter how many times I try, the result will converge on Kurisu's death. Even if I throw the knife away, fate will find some other way to kill Kurisu. Maybe Nakabachi will kill her. Maybe I'll trip and push her down the stairs. Maybe she'll just drop dead for no reason. The cause doesn't matter. The effect will always be the same. It doesn't matter if I time leap or if I time travel. Going to the past can't change the result. Maybe a D-mail can shift divergence enough to take us to another attractor field, but there's no way to control what might happen. D-mail is a shot in the dark. It's useless. Useless. Everything is useless. There's nothing I can do. Nothing. Nothing. I can't save Kurisu after all. I knew this would happen. I knew it would turn out like this. I can't take this anymore. I'm so tired. Enough already. I give up. Okren. A burning numbness spreads through my cheek. Mayuri hit me. What? She never has done anything like this before. The shock is enough to bring me to my senses. Mayuri looks at me with tears streaming down her cheeks. Her small body gently embraces mine, though I'm still covered in Kurisu's blood. Blood. Okren, you're not a quitter. Mayushi knows you never, ever give up. Not until the very end. Remember, every day Mayushi prayed for help in front of Granny's grave? And every day you came to see me. Even on rainy days and snowy days, you always stood next to Mayushi and called my name. Because you were always there for Mayushi, I was finally able to say goodbye to Granny. Mayushi doesn't really understand what's going on, but don't give up now, okay? Mayushi doesn't want to see you sad. Mayuri's gentle warmth envelops me. I cling to that warmth, but it's not enough to heal my heart. But I killed her. The person most precious to me, who I wanted so desperately to save. I killed her. Oh, good. I can still feel the knife in my hand. I can still feel her fading heartbeat. I look at my hands over Mayuri's shoulder. They're red with blood. Kurisu's blood. The shaking won't stop. Tears fall, washing away the blood. Guilt and despair are tearing my soul. If Suzuha hadn't taken the knife, I might have slit my own throat in that very spot. This reality is too much to bear. But I realize that this is retribution. My just punishment for taking the godlike power of time travel and using it to distort the past. Kurisu can't be saved. That has been proven beyond a doubt. At the very least, I can't save her. Not even with Mayuri's encouragement. There's nothing I can do. You're wrong. Suzuha speaks, her voice full of conviction, and immediately afterwards, I hear a familiar melody. My mail tone. Mayuri takes my phone out of her pocket. She's been looking after it. You've got mail, Okarin. Mayuri gently puts my phone into my hand. I don't have the energy to check my mail, but for some reason Suzuha gestures for me to look at it. I reluctantly open my inbox. Turn on the TV. What? Turn on the TV? That's all it says. The sender is unfamiliar. Is this a prank? Spam? I'm bewildered. I don't know who sent this. But then I happen to glance at the send time, and the shock is like a lightning bolt to the brain. The date it was sent. August 21st, 2025. I don't see 2025 anywhere on that timestamp. 2025. No. Is this? It doesn't even occur to me to wonder if my phone has malfunctioned. After all, I know this phenomenon. A D-mail? I look up at Suzuha. She sees my confusion and looks at my phone. It actually came through, just like he said it would. Judging by her surprise, I guess she doesn't know much. Suzuha leapt from 2036. That's 11 years after this D-mail was sent. Does that mean it's not related to her? What does it mean? There must be something on. Something you need to see. Hey guys, I brought the stuff. Daru comes back with a convenience store bag right on time. Fortunately, my phone has TV reception. As soon as I switch it on, I see a news report standing in some. I see a news reporter standing in some foreign airport. There's a jumbo jet in the background. Looking closer, I see burns near the tails plane. The caption says, "Fire on Russian airplanes." Russian authorities announced today that a fire broke out on Russian Airlines Flight 801 en route from Narita to Moscow. The flight departed Narita Airport at 11:05 Japanese time, but a fire broke out in the cargo hold shortly before arrival. The flight made an emergency landing in Domodedovo. This is such a weird word. International Airport, where the passengers were evacuated. No one was injured.
One of the passengers on Flight 801 was a Japanese physicist who had declared his intention to seek asylum in Russia. The screen changes, and the camera cuts to what appears to be the airport lobby. A man is standing there, surrounded by reporters. When I see his face, my breath catches in my throat. Dr. Nakabachi? Dr. Nakabachi, real name Makase Shuichi, made these comments to the press earlier today. I still haven't recovered from the shock of murdering Kurisu. The images on the TV seem like something from a dream. They say Nakabachi sought asylum in Russia? I didn't think people still did that in this day and age. I mean, all you need is a passport to travel to Russia. I am delighted to have arrived safely in this wonderful country. My deepest gratitude to the Russian government for accepting me. What happened on the plane? Read the subtitles at the bottom of the screen. When the cabin filled with smoke, I remained perfectly calm. Some passengers panicked, but they settled down after I gave them a talking to. Nakabachi responds confidently. He certainly doesn't look like a man who could strangle his own daughter. My compliments to the pilot for a safe landing. He's a hero, for he saved not only my life, but my historic thesis as well. The subtitles change to, is that thesis related to your request for asylum? Nakabachi nods theatrically. Indeed, if this thesis had been lost, it would have set scientific progress back a century. This thesis will change the course of human history. What is your thesis about? This thesis describes the first practical theory of time travel. Do you understand? Time travel! I, Dr. Nakabachi, have succeeded where countless others have failed. Nakabachi's tone quickly grows feverish. Now he's talking directly to the camera. Moreover, he's not talking about the accident at all. He's just promoting his research. He presents something to the camera. It's the envelope. The one Kurisu gave him. This envelope contains the future of mankind. Soon, all of our dreams shall be realized. When I present this thesis to the scientific community, the world will change forever, and I will be known as the father of the time machine. I have no right to condemn Nakabachi for his actions, not when it was my hand that took Kurisu's life. But at the same time, I can't stop myself from recalling the words Kurisu spoke, that hurt, betrayed tone that triggered Nakabachi's violence. You're stealing my work? I didn't even think you would do something like that. I didn't think even you would do something like that. Do those words not echo in his ears too? How can he stand there and present his murdered daughter's work as if it were his own, and look so proud of himself while doing it? I hear my teeth grinding in my head. Originally, this envelope was in my checked baggage. If it had stayed there, then it would have burned up in the cargo hold, and humanity's dreams along with it. However, fate intervened on my behalf, as if God himself had decreed that my greatness should be known across the world. Nakabachi thrusts his open hand at the camera. Behold, the vessel of God's grace, because this was inside the envelope. It set off the metal detector. As a result, I had to take the envelope with me on the plane. The pilot is a hero, yes, but the true hero, the savior of humanity's future, is this tiny figurine. Sitting in the palm of his hand is a lump of silvery metal, barely 5 centimeters tall. Ah! Wow, she's really screaming. Mary points at the screen. I look closer. That lump of metal in Nakabachi's hand? It's not just any lump of metal. That's my metal Upa! Look, see there? It has Mayoshi's name on it. Upa is a mascot character from the popular card game Rainet Access Battlers. You can see Upa merchandise everywhere in Akihabara, from castle toys to phone straps and other accessories. But of all Upa merchandise, the most rare is the metal Upa. The very same metal Upa that Nakabachi is presenting to the camera. Near the bottom of the metal Upa, I can see cute letters written in bright red magic marker. The letters read, Mayoshi's. Whoa, you're right! What's he doing with it? I dropped it during the presentation. I looked everywhere, but couldn't find it. So that's where it went. I can't get it back if it's all the way in Russia. I stare at the screen in disbelief. My body is shaking. Goosebumps break out over every inch of flesh. I know what time it is. No, I know what this is. The butterfly effect. 3 weeks ago, Mayuri dropped her metal upa in the assembly hall of Radican. That tiny figurine, a mere child's toy, went on to decide the fate of mankind. It rescued the Nakabachi paper from the fire. And in so doing, it laid the foundation for World War III. Suzuha, did you know about this? Suzuha answers with a look of apology. Who sent that email from 2025? Whoever it was clearly meant for us to see the news about Dr. Nakabachi. Sorry. Sorry? About what? What is she apologizing for? Sorry for not telling you everything. But we needed you to fail once. You had to experience Makase Kurizu's death firsthand. What? You tricked me? Not exactly. It was part of the plan. At least, that's what I was told. Told? By whom? I'm sorry for making you go through that, Uncle. Tell me what's going on. See for yourself. Suzuha points to the phone in my hand. Then you'll understand. What are you talking about? The message should already be in your phone. The message you sent from 2025. What? A video mail. You received one, didn't you? Huh? She's right. When was that again? July 28th, right after I met Kurisu for the first time. Just as I was about to contact Mayuri, I received a mysterious video mail from an address I'd never seen before. Is that what she's talking about? But there was nothing on it, just noise. Try again. Suzuha grins. If you try now, after failing once to save Makase Kurisu's life, you should be able to see it. Are you kidding me? Is that even possible? I'm not convinced, but I check my phone anyway, just to be sure. And there, I find a saved video mail. When I check the sender's address, I realize it's from the same address as the email just now. So they're from the same person? And this person is me in 15 years? 15 years. 2025. The year I die, according to Suzuha. I sent this message on the eve of my death, a message to myself in 2010. Suzuha said that there was a plan to reach Stein's Gate. Could that plan be in this video? Mayuri and Daru peek over my shoulder. I take a deep breath and press play with a trembling finger. Nothing appears on the screen but noise. Nothing has changed after all. There's no hidden message or anything. The noise suddenly dissolved, revealing the silhouette of a man. It looks like the video was shot somewhere dark. I can't see the man's face. Unkempt hair? A lab coat? That's all I can make out. Is that you in 15 years? It has to be. Something about him just says Okurin. Really? Is this guy really me? My phone's tiny screen has become a window onto the future. I can't believe I'm about to hear a message for myself. Did you get my mail? Then go watch the news. If you already have, then finish listening. So that last mail was from him, from me. It doesn't feel real. Greetings. It's been 15 years, I suppose you could say. Wow, your voice is so deep and cool. The year is 2025.
I'm sending this video by a process similar to D-mail. You dismantled the phone wave. So did I. But not 1 year later, I, which is to say you, turned back to time travel as my last hope. I've spent 14 years researching time travel. Along the way, I managed to design a D-mail transmitter that wasn't bound by a 36-bit limit. Excuse me. 8 times as much data. The fact that you're watching this means that you failed to save Kurisu. It hurts, doesn't it? I know how you feel. After all, I went through this myself 15 years ago. That's right. I failed too. I've lived with that failure for 15 years. Do you understand why you had to fail? It was necessary. Necessary to give me the proper motivation. You failed to save Kurisu. You killed her with your own 2 hands. Your guilt, your self-loathing, has driven me for 15 years. They gave me the focus I needed to complete my plan. Without your failure, you would not be watching this message now. As you know, this world line is subject to attractor field convergence. Time travel alone cannot save Kurisu. That is why you had to fail, to create the chain of causality that linked you to me. Because you failed, I spent the last 15 years researching time travel. As the revelations Nakabachi unleashed sped the world towards nuclear war, I continued my research in secret. Suzua's time machine is the result. Although the finishing touches were Daru's and mine, its design was based on the theory that CERN first developed, and that Kurisu improved on the world line you undid. Its model number is C204C for Christina. I believe you understand what that signifies. Now that the causal link has been established, allow me to explain the final stage of the plan. The purpose of this plan is to change divergence and reach the unknown world line called Stein's Gate. By the way, I'm the one who named it Stein's Gate. You, of all people, know why I chose that name. Because it sounds cool. Isn't that right? There are 2 conditions you must meet to reach Steins Gate. First, you must save Makase Kurisu. Second, you must destroy the Nakabachi paper. I know what you're thinking. Convergence won't let you change the past. No matter what you do, Kurisu will die. But rest assured, there is a way. You can save Kurisu. Listen carefully. On July 28th, the first you went to Nakabachi's presentation, blissfully unaware of what was about to happen. You must not change what you first saw. Those events have been established. They are the results upon which this world line converges. However, there is room for deception. You don't understand, I know. Calm down. I'll explain. You're going to deceive yourself. The first you saw Kurisu lying in a pool of blood. If you were to change that fact, it would render everything you have seen, you have done since, as well as everything I have done, a paradox. After finding Kurisu's body, you sent a D-mail, which was intercepted by Echelon, which was tipped off by CERN. Recall your experiences on the Alpha World line. You saw more than just Mayuri's death. You saw Kurisu, alive and well. You made her a lab member despite her protests, and together you built the Time Leap machine. It was only 3 weeks, but she was there, beside you. Those memories are yours. Those memories are mine. They are the proof that we did not live only on this world line where Kurisu died on July 28th. You traveled to the Alpha World line. You met Kurisu and fell in love. You sacrificed the dreams of those closest to you. But still, you fought to give Mayuri a future. For 3 weeks you fought, and now those memories are part of you. If you had not seen Kurisu's body in the hallway of Radikan,
you would not have sent that first email. CERN would not have found you. When you encountered Kurisu later, you would not have been shocked to see her alive. You would not have spoken the words that led her to your doorstep. Without those memories, you would not be willing to travel through time to save her. I would not have spent my life searching for a path to the Stein's Gate. I would not have recorded this message. Daru and I would not have completed the time machine. Suzuwa would not be standing beside you now. You must not reject the 3 weeks you spent drifting between world lines. You must not undo the past. Those 3 weeks made you who you are, a man who would do anything to save the woman he loves. Your desperation made me who I am, a man who has given everything to make that dream come true. This moment would not be possible if not for the memories that you and I share. The man you were trying to create, a man with none of those memories to drive him, could never stand where you stand now. It's all meant something. My preparations are complete. The rest is up to you. The final phase of Operation Skilled will now commence. Your mission: change the outcome without changing established events. You saw Makise Kurisu lying in a pool of blood. That's been established. But at the same time, only that has been established. Deceive yourself. Deceive the world. That is the choice which will lead you to Stein's Gate. Good luck, mad scientist. El Sai Kangru. And with that, the video ends. Mayuri and Daru look dumbfounded. They obviously didn't understand a single word. I, however... Laughter bubbles up from the depths of my soul. Not minutes ago, I was lost in despair. I was ready to kill myself for what I had done. But now, I am laughing. Operation Skilled. Elsai Kongru. I'm 33 years old and I still have no shame. Deceive myself? Deceive the world? That's such chinny bullshit. That's pathetic, laughable, a juvenile fantasy. But at the same time, it feels right. Very well. If this is the choice of Stein's Gate, then so be it. I am the insane mad scientist, Hoen Kyoma. Deceiving the world is child's play. It looks like I have to change the world after all. Whoa. I thought Okurin was finally turning serious, but now he's back to his usual antics. But you know, Mayushi likes Okurin better this way. Yeah, I know what you mean. Okurin isn't just Okurin unless he's laughing like an idiot. Oh, and Kyoma saved Mayushi, you know. So this time, he'll definitely save Makise Kurisu. But deceive the world? What's that supposed to mean? Mayushi doesn't have a clue. Isn't it obvious? The only established fact is about the past is that I saw Kurisu lying in a pool of blood. That's the extent of my observation. Kurisu was lying in a pool of blood. As for whether she was alive or dead, that's still open to interpretation. Isn't that right, future me? Huh? Mayuri tilts her head. She still doesn't get it. For example, just think of it like this. Kurisu was merely unconscious, and the blood was just a coat of red paint. Ah? Is that what happened? Mayuri's eyes open wide in wonder. I give up. She's not going to understand. Wait a second. The news reports all said that she was... What's true now doesn't matter. Only what Uncle Okurin saw on July 28th matters. Really? Really. And that's because I'm not the Okabe Rentaro who lived on the Beta World Line after Kurisu died. I traveled to the Alpha World Line and back. I am not bound by whatever effect Kurisu's death may have had during that time. What I'm going to do is recreate what I saw, and only what I saw. But this time, I'll do it so Kurisu doesn't have to die. Don't forget, you also need to destroy the Nakabachi paper. Can you handle it? Who do you think you're talking to, part-time warrior? Part-time warrior? Have you forgotten? I am the insane mad scientist, Hoin Kyoma. I disregard the blank stares of my comrades and brush back my hair with a flourish. My plan is flawless. Operation Skilled will succeed. But I need to prepare. Give me 30 minutes. Suzuha tightens her expression and nods firmly. I squat against the roof's chain fence with my eyes closed. To refresh my memory, I pull out the drawers of my mental archive and sort through each file one by one. My actions that day, Mayuri's actions, my conversation with Kurisu, Nakabachi's presentation. With those memories to guide me, I begin to draw up a plan for how to complete my mission. Okarin, I got the stuff. I open my eyes once I hear Mayuri's voice. Yes. Then it's time. I take a deep breath and stand up. Mayuri's faster on her feet than Dara and I, so I had her pick up some things for me. She went all the way to the lab and back in the sweltering heat, but she's not even breathing hard. She runs up to me with a triumphant smile, almost like a playful puppy, shaking her tail. Here you go. Will it work? But her hand is in her hand is a plastic stick about 30 centimeters long. I take it and nod in satisfaction. Good work, Mayuri. Mayushi's happy to be useful to Okurin. Oh, I also brought you this. She hands me a banana. I guess she's telling me not to time travel on an empty stomach. What's that? A banana! No, I mean that stick. It's not a stick, it's a sword. One of our lab's many inventions, future gadget number 6, the Sayalum Saber. Sayalum Saber. It's a red Sayalum glow stick. It's essential for idol and voice actress concerts. But it's not just a glow stick, it's saber-shaped, just as its name implies, so you can reenact scenes from Spark Wars. Wow. Furthermore, it can also form fake blood clots, detach the cap at the tip, and thick blood starts flowing out. I, really don't get what you were trying to accomplish when you made this. We wanted to make our sword fight more realistic. Our sword fight's more realistic. What he means to say is that everything is inevitable. I think I see the plan. You're gonna use that Sayalum stuff as a stand-in for Kurisu's blood, aren't you? Precisely. I stuff my cheeks with banana, enraptured by my own genius. I truly am a mad scientist. I put the Sayalum saber into my pocket. It's about 30 centimeters long, so it sticks out a little, but I don't mind. I had Daru buy me a stun gun earlier. I pocket that too. With this, my preparations are complete. I give Suzuha a glance. Let's go, Okurin. One more time. One more trip to July 28th. There and back. That's all the fuel we have left. This is our last chance. You ready? Leave it to me. I will change the world. I follow Suzuha into the time machine. While waiting for Mayuri to return, I ask Suzuha if there was a chance that I might run into myself from last time. In other words, the me who killed Kurisu. She replied that wasn't possible. The world line where I killed Kurisu is minutely different from the one in which the time machine will take us. Time travel has a very small effect on divergence, much too small to cause any noticeable changes, but enough to ensure that there could never be two versions of the same time traveler. However, it is important to remember that world lines are not parallel worlds. Ultimately, attractor field convergence merges them into a single world line. My actions are not meaningless. If I succeed in deceiving both myself and the world, the entire universe will converge upon a different future. Okarin? Mayuri leans through the hatch and gently strokes my cheek. Come back, okay? Of course. I return a smile and give her a thumbs up. I close the hatch as Dara and Mayuri see me off with words of encouragement. Suzuha is already operating the time machine. The fate of the future hangs on this mission. Suzuha speaks as she presses some buttons. We're counting on you, Uncle. Instead of answering, I close my eyes. I find myself strangely calm. No impatience, no tension. None of my anxiety I felt the first time. How many times have I tasted failure? My hubris hurt those closest to me. My foolishness cost them their dreams. And even though those mistakes have been undone, the memories still remain as a brand on my heart. You must not reject the 3 weeks you spent drifting between world lines. You must not undo the past. It all meant something. Every mistake, every sacrifice. Without them, I would not be standing here now. From that knowledge, I draw strength, confidence, and pride. The memories I shoulder deserve nothing less. And so, I am no longer afraid. I will reach the unknown world line, Stein's Gate. Its future is uncertain. But that is how it should be. For once, I need not worry what fate has in store. Only one thing matters now, saving Kurisu. Gravity pulls at my back. Rainbow lights start drifting through the compartment. It's time. This is my Ragnarok. I exit the time machine onto the familiar rooftop. As before, it's empty. I can see the top of the train station a short distance away. This is the 3rd time I've been here now. I run through the plan in my head one last time. Time is short, but I have no choice. I have to do it. No, I will do it. Failure isn't an option. I wait for Suzuha to break the lock, then I run inside just like last time. Narrowly avoiding the first me again, I descend to the 7th floor. Last time, I went all the way down to the 4th floor, but not this time. I direct my attention to the capsule toy machines near the landing. It's time for step 1. Brightnet character doll series. This is it. On July 28th, the first me won a super rare metal Upa from this very machine. No time to waste. I insert the 100 yen coin and prepare. I insert the 100 yen coin I prepared beforehand and turn the lever hard. A capsule falls into the slot just as I grab it. Look! Brightnet! My heart leaps into my throat. That was Mayuri's voice. She's already here? I quickly turn and leave the area before Mayuri can see my face. Luckily, she's so entranced by the capsule toy machines, she doesn't realize who I am. Once I get down to the 4th floor, I check the contents of the capsule. The metal Upa is inside. This is the prize that was meant for me. Which means the first me will get. The answer is obvious. Phase 1 is complete. Time for phase 2. I turn around abruptly. Kurisu is standing behind me, her mouth open in surprise. My timing was perfect. Hey, you just came down from the... I'm going to save you. Leave everything to me. What? I say no more. I tell her everything. If I tell her everything, she'll have no reason to talk to the first me. On July 28th, she came to me during Nakabachi's presentation. She claimed that I had tried to tell her something, then proceeded to drag me out into the hallway for further questioning. That is part of my experience. This should be enough to ensure that it happens exactly as I remember. I pat Kurisu on the shoulder, then race back up the stairs. What? Wait! I run to the 6th floor, then creep up towards the 7th floor landing until I can just make out the capsule toy machines. As expected, there's the first me about to turn the lever in Mayuri's stead. Ah, it's an Upa! Is it rare? It's not rare. But isn't it just so cute? Mayushi loves Upa. I grinned to myself. It worked. The order changed. Mayuri now has a regular Upa, not the metal one I gave her the first time. And that means... Thank you all for coming to Dr. Nakabachi's Time Machine press conference. The presentation is about to begin. The first me heads up to the 8th floor. But Mayuri doesn't move. She takes out a pen and starts signing the Upa, just as planned. When Dr. Nakabachi defects to Russia on August 21st, he had Mayuri's metal Upa with him. If he has a plastic one instead, it should change the fate of the Nakabachi paper. But one question remains. How exactly did Mayuri's Upa fall into Dr. Nakabachi's hands? I watch as Mayuri finishes signing her name. She nods in satisfaction, then runs after the first me. Just before she gets to the stairs, she puts the Upa into her coat pocket. But it doesn't go in all the way. As she runs up the stairs, I see it fall out and roll away. Mayuri is completely oblivious. A moment later, she disappears from sight. I look at the Upa lying on the floor. Does Nakabachi pick it up? How? He's in the middle of his presentation upstairs. He doesn't have any opportunity. That's when Kurisu comes up from downstairs. I quickly hide in the stairwell across the landing. Kurisu reaches the 7th floor without noticing me. She finds the fallen Upa and picks it up. So it was Kurisu who found the Upa. The butterfly effect. In 3 weeks, this completely innocuous event changes the outcome of an accidental fire on one of what must be thousands of planes flying that day. By extension, it changes the fate of the entire human race. Kurisu looks curiously at the Upa, then looks around as if searching for its owner. Of course, Kurisu doesn't know who Mayuri is. At this point in time, those two aren't even acquainted yet. After realizing there is no one around, Kurisu puts the Upa into her envelope and goes up to the 8th floor. Now that I've seen what I need to see, I go upstairs, too, and head to the employee hallway. Here's where it gets serious. I grip the Sayalumi saber and shake it silently, thus activating the red fluorescent reaction inside. It'll last about 10 minutes. I should get dim before Kurisu makes her appearance. I know what I need to do. The problem is that my window of opportunity is so slim. Will I be able to handle the enraged Dr. Nakabachi? One mistake and Kurisu will die. What are you afraid of, Huen Kyoma? Everything's going according to plan. Operation Skilled is flawless. You spent 15 years perfecting it, remember? Believe in yourself. Believe in Huen Kyoma. Huen Kyoma will save Kurisu. I close my eyes and wait for the time to come. hidden behind the same pile of cardboard boxes as last time. I hear the sound of sparse applause from the event hall, which means I should be hearing footsteps soon. There they are. Krisu has come right on time. She leans against the wall and looks inside her envelope, smiling softly as she does. And now, I know the reason behind that smile. It's the Upa inside. She's probably smiling at how adorable it is. That smile really doesn't suit you, Krisu. I stifle a chuckle. I'm surprised I'm calm enough to feel that way, despite the current situation. Once Nakabachi appears, that's my signal to spring into action. I'll bring out the Sailume saber as soon as that bastard tries to take out his knife, and then I'll scare him away and stun Krisu. And the stun gun I brought should handle both tasks flawlessly. That's the plan, at least. The next set of footsteps echoes down the hallway. Krisu looks up. I can't see Nakabachi, but I know it's him. I wanted to talk. Are you listening, Papa? Even the words she speaks are the same. What is that? I heard you were giving a presentation on time travel. So I thought about it too. Could it be possible to make a time machine? The atmosphere is far from pleasant. Nakabachi doesn't even try to hide his displeasure. And the first me is probably at fault for that. At least, partially. Looks like it's about time for Nakabachi to go ballistic. I grip the Sailume saber and take one final check. It's already dimmed now. Now all I have to do is remove the cap at the tip, and the fake blood will... My breath catches in my throat. In the darkness of my hiding spot, I bring the Sailume saber close to my eyes and peer inside. The fake blood has begun to coagulate. No, this shouldn't happen. I was certain the liquid would remain fluid for about 30 minutes after losing its luminescence. Was it defective? Come to think of it, we never tested the Sailume saber. It can only be used once before the tube needs to be replaced. Given the lab's financial situation, we thought it would be a waste to use it, so we never did. How could I have failed to consider this possibility? If I had had half a brain, I would have bought a spare. This is bad. The plan is falling apart. I wasn't shunned. Nakabachi's shrill shriek startles me. Those incompetent bastards were just jealous of my superiority. I was the one who gave up on them. Please don't yell. Time won't stop for me. How do I recover from this setback? I can't leave. Nakabachi's about to attack his daughter. If I make my appearance after that, it'll be the same as last time. I'll end up killing Krisu again. No matter what, I can't let that happen. What do I do? Do I go back in time? Do I go back to the time machine and try again? No, remember what Suzuha said? There's not enough fuel for another trip. This is my last chance. We haven't seen each other in a while. There's a lot I wanted to talk about. You're living in Aomori now, right? Leave. Eh? Go back to America. Never show your face to me again. But... You want my opinion? We'll submit it jointly? You don't mean any of that. I know how you think. My heart is pounding. I'm sweating like crazy. It feels like I've just run a marathon. I cover my mouth to suppress the sound of my breathing. Is this pity? How dare you? You're supposed to be my daughter. I don't understand. Please calm. I am calm. Don't tell me what to do. Nakabachi is about to snap. Events are processed just like last time, barreling inexorably towards disaster. Please, I find myself begging. Make time stop. But another voice from within answers. Are you praying, Hoen Kyoma? Have you forgotten?
I'll tell you why I called you here today. I wanted to show you my research. Research beyond even what you can imagine. I wanted to prove, once and for all, that you are nothing compared to me. Change the future? Deceive the world?
But that brat in the lab coat ruined everything. I know you were laughing at me too. Don't you deny it? How dare you treat your own father this way?
I wasn't.
You want my opinion? Fine, I'll give it to you. I'm going to publish it myself. End of discussion. I won't court the mercy of a godless heart. I will save Kirsu myself. She won't die again. Not at my hands. Not at anyone's.
You're stealing it? What did you say? You're stealing my work? I didn't think even you would do something like... Nakabachi strikes Kurisu on the cheek. Who do you think you're talking to? It's starting. Nakabachi puts his hands around Kurisu's neck. Her cries of agony fill my ears. There's still a way to prevent Kurisu's death. That puddle of blood I saw beneath Kurisu's body. There's one more way to reproduce it. One more way. One last chance. It's a gamble, to be sure. Even if it succeeds, I don't know what effect it might have on the Steins Gate world line. You can't possibly understand how I feel. Why did you have to be so talented? I detest you. I hate your very existence. Nobody is allowed to be better than me, understand? Nobody, especially not my own daughter. That's why I abandoned you. I couldn't bear the shame of being your father. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. It matters not. I am Huin Kyuma, the mad scientist who defies God. My true desire is chaos. I have no need for a predetermined future. Stop! Calmly, I step out from my hiding spot. Nakabachi looks at me in disbelief. His eyes are wide and bloodshot. You. You're the brat who ruined my presentation. Nakabachi lets go of Kurisu. How dare you show your face before me? Why does everyone get in my way? I know. You and Kurisu planned this, didn't you? Didn't you? You brats won't get away with this. Nakabachi pulls the knife from his pocket. Its blade reflects cold light. Once I see that glint, I laugh disdainfully. And try it, if you dare. You? Who are you? My name is Owen Kyoma. What? Who? For Phoenix, then in. And finally the terrible truth that must never be revealed. Owen Kyoma. I am the bringer of chaos, the destroyer of order. And I am the one who will end your ambition. Kurisu staggers to her feet with her hand to her neck. Run away! Never! I dismiss Kurisu's plead and instead turn to Nakabachi with my arms spread wide. What's wrong, Dr. Nakabachi? Aren't you going to kill me, or have you lost your nerve? Of course, a mere mortal can never slay a god such as I am. You little... Nakabachi goes into a frenzy. He charges me with his knife point. No, Papa, stop! Nakabachi has completely lost his mind. I could see it in his eyes. He won't stop. And if he won't stop, then I'll stop him. With my own body. You can't kill me. You're nothing. Die! The knife approaches. Its point glitters menacingly in the dim light. Inches away, I don't move a muscle. This is my last chance. I'll do whatever it takes. Intense pain rips through my abdomen. I feel the cold steel sink into my body. He did it. He stabbed me with the knife that killed Kurisu. The pain flares. It feels like my insides are being torn out. Nakabachi yanks out the knife. Blood gushes from the open wound. The iron taste of blood spreads through my mouth. Pain threatens to steal away my consciousness. My body's on fire. My vision blurs. I struggle desperately to stay on my feet. Now who's laughing? That's what you get for mocking me. I whip out the stun gun and switch it on. The electric arc crackles to life, inches away from Nakabachi's face. He instantly turns pale. Now you've done it. I spear him with my glare and take a step forward. A wave of nausea surges over me. Blood spews from my throat, but I don't look away. I keep my eyes fixed on Nakabachi. You'll regret this, old man. I'm going to kill you. You and the girl, I'll kill you both. Don't move. Chrissy runs up to me. She holds me and supports my body. Lie down. I'll call an ambulance. What is she doing trying to help me? Didn't she hear me threaten to kill her? You're too soft-hearted for a tsundere. Back when I was trying to save Mayuri, you were always the one who saved me. So this time, I'm going to save you. What? Strength leaves the legs she used to support me. She collapses. I'm sorry. I sent her my silent apology. I'll be sure to have my way with your daughter before I kill her. But first, is you, Nakabachi. Nakabachi tosses his knife away with a pitiful cry. He takes a step back, 2 steps back. Yeah! Firing the stun gun once more does the trick. Nakabachi turns and flees down the hallway towards the elevators. But first, he makes sure to pick up the envelope Chrissy dropped. How shrewd of him. I touch my wound. The lightest touch sends pain coursing through my body. I fall to my knees. I feel faint. The bleeding won't stop. The blood is starting to pool on the floor. I press my hands into the blood. Still not enough. I reach for my stomach, wet and glistening with blood. I take a breath, then drive my fingers into the wound. The pain is like nothing I've ever experienced. Unable to bear it, I throw back my head. I scream until my throat is raw. I can't stop now. Fighting against the urge to faint, I feed strength into my hands and pull the wound wider. My blood paints the floor crimson. Uncle Akarin. Suzuha runs up to me. That wound. What happened? What were you thinking? If you die. If we fail. Uncle. You forget who you're dealing with, Suzuha. Look at the floor. Notice anything? The floor? That should be enough blood. Don't you think? She looks down and beholds my masterpiece. A pool of blood. To deceive myself. To deceive the world. The stage is set. But Uncle, you'll die. There's no way I'm going to die. Who do you think I am? I am the insane, mad scientist. Uncle, if convergence holds, then it's already determined that I won't die, not here. I die in 2025 as a fixed event on the Beta World line. That was my bet. I intentionally provoked Nakabachi to rage. I took the knife meant for Kurisu and survived. The wound gave me what I needed to carry out the plan. Though I have to admit, I didn't think it would hurt this much. There's no telling what will happen when we reach Stein's Gate. The future of that world line is still undecided. There's no reason I can't include my death. How ironic. I made a bet based on the guarantee that I won't die, but winning that bet makes death a very real possibility. I twist my lips into a smile. Time to put the finishing touch on my masterpiece. Suzuha, get Kurisu. Okay. Suzuha picks up the unconscious Kurisu. Then she lays her face down on top of my blood puddle. Kurisu doesn't wake up. She's perfectly still, but she's definitely breathing. I stroke her hair gently. Did it hurt? I'm sorry, but I had to do it. To save you. Even though those 3 weeks will never come back, I want you to live. Even if we reach Stein's Gate, even if Kurisu lives, even if I don't die, we'll never meet again. Kurisu will never join the lab. We will never build the time leap machine together. But still, I'm glad I was able to save her. Sayonara. Please stay unconscious for a while. I need you to deceive the first me. While Suzuha goes to pick up the knife, I use the wall to climb to my feet. Mission complete. Return to base. This is crazy, Uncle. You're insane. Insane? Nonsense. This is all according to plan. Don't talk. I'll take you back to August 21st. Try to endure the G's, okay? Damn, I should have brought a first aid kit. I feel pressure crush my body. My wound throbs. I feel like groaning, but I bite my lip and bear it. Rainbow lights fill my vision. The time machine is activating. Suzuha wraps my wound with a towel. Hey, Uncle, I'm sure Steins Gate is waiting for us on the other side. A world where nothing is known, where anything is possible. A world where you live, where Makase Kurisu lives, where Shina Meguri lives. A world where I have no reason to travel to 2010. The future may still lead to World War III. It may lead to a dystopia ruled by CERN. Someone's warm hand grasps mine, tightly, tightly. But now, there is hope for the future again. I slowly close my eyes. It's hard to breathe, but my pain feels distant now. Once we arrive, I'll probably disappear. I won't be able to thank you for bringing me to Steins Gate. So I'll say it now. The warmth of her hand slowly fades away. Thank you, Uncle. Don't die. Live.
And in 7 years, let's meet again, okay? It's time to go home. Mayuri and Dara are waiting. And with them, a future that has yet to be written. It's been a month since then. My wound was deep enough to require surgery. If I'd been just 1 hour late getting to the hospital, I would have died from blood loss. The doctor laughed as he told me this. Hilarious. After being cooped up in the hospital for so long, it's exciting to be walking around Akiba again. I look around to see if Akiba is any different from what I remember, but nothing catches my eye. I just get the feeling that there are more moe shops than before. The mysteries of diversions. I chuckle to myself, then dig into my pockets. Something jingles. There are metal pins inside, 8 of them. The Future Gadget Laboratories member badges. Their design based on the pin Suzuha brought from the future. Which world line Suzuha was that again? Anyway, back then, we searched all over Akiba for that pin, and while I was hospitalized, I thought it was the perfect opportunity to ask Dara to have them made. And of course, the one who commissioned to make them was that shady foreign street vendor. The final product is slightly different from Suzuha's, but it's pretty well done. I pass through the archway of Yanabayashi Shrine and head to the courtyard. There, brandishing a sword with sublime dignity, stands a Miko. The Miko is so lovely that anyone would doubtless stop and stare. But it's not a Miko. And that's not a real sword. That sword is a 980 yen imitation, and that beautiful Miko is a guy. Lukako lifts his head at the sound of my footsteps. Okabe-san! As soon as our eyes meet, he runs up to me in a fluster. His eyes are already wet with tears. You were discharged today? Yeah. But I'm sorry. I didn't know anything about it. Of course you didn't. I didn't tell you. But I'm glad you're okay. I'm so happy. And then he starts crying in earnest. Seeing his tears, I feel an urge to pat his head and tell him everything will be alright, but I resist and sigh instead. I hear you were a natural at your cosplay debut. I hear you even have a fan club. Mayuri filled me in on the situation. After years of persistent nagging, she finally convinced Lukako to cosplay near the end of summer break. It wasn't in time for Kamima, but she wore one of Mayuri's costumes to a cosplay event in early September. His cosplay debut was effective. Dozens of photographers took his pictures, and the images soon went viral on the net. Try to look up pictures of Lukako now and you'll get tons of hits. He's being swarmed by fans, and since he's what they call a trap, he's popular with girls too. There are some things in this world I just don't understand. To be honest, it's so confusing. You know, I still haven't had the pleasure to see you cosplay in the flesh. I just can't. If Okabe-san were to see me, I'd get so embarrassed, I'd die. But you had fun, didn't you? That's what Mayuri said. Yes. You've grown up, Lukako. He's overcome his feelings of inadequacy and accepted himself for who he is. And he even had fun doing it. Okabe-san, Yama-san, it's all thanks to the Seisenzama style you taught me.
cleared my mind of all mundane thoughts. He truly is a worthy disciple. But you must not grow complacent. Your next objective is to ascend to the true form of the Shishinzan style. Once you've mastered it, the flames of evil sealed within you will have nothing left to burn. That moment will mark the beginning of the legend of Yurishabara Iluko, guardian Miko of the Persinopolis of Akihabara. What exactly will this legend be about? I shall tell you at the proper time. I reach into my pocket and take out a pin. Lab member number 008, Yureshibara Lukoko. I grant this unto you. Luca nervously accepts the pin with a confused expression. When did I become a lab mem? It's a memory from beyond the veil of time. Your past life, I suppose you could say. My past life? You've been a lab mem from the moment you were born. Be proud. It's not an exaggeration. It's the truth. Lukako most likely doesn't remember, but it's okay, even if I'm the only one who does. You don't like it? No, it's just, I'm really happy. He starts crying again. I always wanted to be a part of your lab. I wanted to be one of you, but I never had the courage to ask. Thank you so much. He bows his head. This is a precious artifact. Only 8 of them exist in the entire world. It's a magic item that protects you from all calamity. Really? No. So don't lose it. I won't. Lukako nods with a joyful smile on his face. Too cute. Welcome back, Miasta. I pass through May Queen's door for the first time in forever. Ferris runs over to greet me. Hyoma! She suddenly links arms with me. At first, I get a little flustered when something soft touches my elbow, but then I break into a cold sweat once I feel the murderous glares of the surrounding Ferris fans. They let you out of the hospital yet? Yeah. I managed to claw my way out of hell. I tear Ferris off of me and take a deep breath. Precisely what I expected from the Huin bloodline. The name of the Undying Phoenix isn't just for show, yeah. I see she's still making up her own backstories for people. It boggles the mind that this crazy cat girl is behind the redevelopment of Akihabara. Maybe the world's just messed up. Mayushi has the day off, yeah? I know. She shows me to my table, where I order iced coffee. Oh, right. If we decide to open a second May Queen location, yeah? No, that was my bad. We decided to open a second May Queen location, yeah? It's right on Chuodori, Nyan. Isn't that awesome, yeah? Don't you think you're abusing your authority as redevelopment committee chair? Just a little? No doubt the recent explosion of Moya's shops is her doing. I think she's getting just a little carried away. This is my sacred duty, nya. Now is the time to summon all the powers of Moya to this holy land, in preparation for their offensive, nya. What? They're going to attack? Did the awakening occur while I was in the hospital? That's right, nya. They took your absence as their opportunity, nya. Will we be able to complete the modification of Akiba before they hatch? That's the only way to defeat them. It's a race against time, nya. Ferris also fought in the Rynet AB tournament to gather karma, but it was really tough by myself, nya. What the hell does she mean by karma?
Over the past months, Ferris has started participating in Rhinet Access Battlers tournaments. Ferris is the chairman of the Akihabara Redevelopment Project, a high school student, a popular waitress at a maid cafe, the president of the company founded by her father, and the head of the Akiha family. She should be incredibly busy, but I guess she couldn't stay away from Rhinet forever. Anyway, she went to her very first official tournament and snatched a dramatic victory. Ferris is even more cheerful than usual now. I guess all it takes to feel fulfilled is to do the things you like to do. I need your mad scientist powers to stop them, Nya. If they make it into town, they'll make the place their litter box. I guess I have no choice. If it comes to this, then I too must fulfill the covenant. Oh yeah, and to take this with you. Yeah? I take a pin out of my pocket and present it to Ferris. This is... Where did you get this, Kyoma? During my stay at the hospital. So you've overcome the test of the heart, Nya. You truly are a great man, Nya. I don't really get what's going on. So let's just nod for now. This belongs to you, Lab Mem number 007. Whatever you need my help, just hold that pin and speak the incantation. Lyora Stasela. Ferris and I smile at each other, and then we high-five. Thanks, Nya. The future gadget laboratory is the hope of Akiba, Nya. Can I come over for a visit, Nya? Of course you can. Daru will be glad to see you. When I get back to the lab, I'm startled to find an unexpected visitor. Yo, Okabe, out of the hospital already? Yeah. Tenoji, Yugo, and Ne are standing out front. Hiro Moeka is with them. The Rounders, who killed Mayuri on another world line. Ne hides behind her father when she sees me like usual. Oh, yeah. Let me introduce you. Tenoji indicates Moeka with his chin. Starting today, this girl's gonna work part-time at my place. Moeka bows her head. She's silent as always, but at least she's not holding her phone. I guess that's some improvement. Doesn't talk much, but don't let it bother you. Don't worry, Shining Finger and I know each other already. Shining Finger? Who's that? I point to Moeka. Shining a Finger? That's the name of her Esper power. Tenoji and Moeka ignore me completely. He helped me look for an IBN 5100. I got your thank you email during my stay in the hospital. That email helped me figure out our relationship on this world line. Oh, that retro PC you were talking about? Did you find one? Moeka shakes her head. Well, it's just an urban legend. Why did you decide to work here? Did Tenoji tell her who he is? I thought Moeka wasn't supposed to know FB's true identity. I brought her. Nei speaks up in a tiny voice. I introduced her to Daddy. I see. So you're a matchmaker, huh? Hey, numbskull. There's only two things I love in this world. Brawn tubes and my little girl. Daddy. Besides, it was more like the other way around. After Nea fell and got hurt, this girl gave her first aid and brought her all the way back here. I didn't know Moeka had such a gentle side. Since she was unemployed, I decided to give her a job, as thanks for helping my girl. Never thought our store would hire a part-timer. Didn't you hire one just last month? Huh? You high on your painkillers, kid? I've never had help before. Ah, of course. The Suzuha who worked here was the Suzuha of the Alpha World line,
the Suzua, who came from a future world by CERN. The current world line has a different future, so she didn't come. The time she spent here never happened. Well, in that case, good luck to you, Moeka. This is the perfect opportunity. I take a pin out of my pocket and hand it to Moeka. Oh, now you're flirting. Don't mess around with my part-timer. This pin is proof that you are a lab member number 005. Our lab is on the second floor. Come on by whenever you feel like it. Moeka stares at the pin in her hand. But I can't help you look for the IBN 5100 anymore. Okay? Don't be like that. Help her out, will ya? I can't. I'm a busy man. Catch the attention of the rounders again? No thanks. Besides, the three of them are better off if we never find an IBM 5100. I end the conversation with a shrug and head to the stairs. Okabe-kun. Moeka calls my name. I turn back and see Moeka smiling, ever so faintly. Thank you. For this. Yeah. The hatred I once felt towards them is gone. I forgave Moeka and Tsuneji both. And now that I've destroyed our time machine, we can go back to being good neighbors. I won't pry into their secret lives, and I won't attempt to fight them either. It's all up to them. However, the affection that Nei showed towards Moeka brings an undeniable warmth to my heart. Right as I walk into the lab, I'm greeted by the chiming of a microwave oven. Oh, Karin! Mary smiles brightly as she takes her juicy chicken number 1 out of the microwave. Welcome back, Karin. Did you just combine welcome back and Okarin? Yep. I've said it before, remember? Then Mary holds out the steaming chicken. Want some too? I'll give you one to celebrate your homecoming. I accept the gift of chicken and pop it into my mouth. I guess it's because I've had nothing but crappy hotel food, hospital food, for a month, but it's so delicious I want to cry. Where did you get that microwave? We disassembled the phone wave, name subject to change, weeks ago. Oh, that was me. Taro pops out of the development room in all his rotund glory. I wonder if he's making a new future gadget. You bought this? You bought it? I found it, duh. It was a pain to repair. It's kinda old, but it still works fine. That's our super hacker. Now let's keep up that pace and make the next future gadget. That reminds me, Okurin. I'm mad at you. Mayuri suddenly puts on a pout. Why did you leave the hospital without telling Mayoshi? We went all the way to the hospital to pick you up, but the nurse said you already left. That was one hot nurse. I wish I was hospitalized instead of Okurin. You think you're my guardian now, Mayuri? You've certainly come up in the world. Have you forgotten? I'm the one who protects you. I even helped you with your diaper. I couldn't move at all after the operation, so my mother and Mayuri made the great effort of coming to care for me. Especially Mayuri. Even though it was her summer break, she visited me every day. I'm grateful for this childhood friend of mine, from the bottom of my heart. She is a ditz, to be sure, and seems like she always needs someone to look out for her, but she's actually quite tough for her age. You got your childhood friend to change your diaper? I'm jealous, man. What eroge is that from? I think Daru needs to die for a bit. I bopped Mayuri on the head. I'll buy you some juicy chicken number 1 later. Really? Thanks, Okurin. It was worth it to help you after all. I breathe another sigh of relief when I see Mayuri's innocent smile. Mayuri is still alive.
I've seen her die countless times. Though the events of this world line have been undone, my struggle to escape them was not in vain. If the same thing were to happen again, what would I do? Would I accept her death this time? Or would I try again to save her, even if it meant building another time machine? There's no way to know. The future is undecided. But for now, Mayuri is here. And that means everything to me. Here, take these. I give Mayuri and Daru their pins. Ah, it's so cute. Nice. They're finally done. Mayuri pins the badge to her chest and shows it off with a pirouette. Gotta be sure to put this on every day, or else I won't be let into the lab. Nobody really made that rule, but whatever. But, you know, there's something I've been meaning to ask you about the pin. What's that? There's an inscription, right? It says OSHMKUFA 2010. Okabe, Shina, Hashida, and then Yurishibara and Ferris. I got those. But what about M, K, and A? Who are they? M for Makase, K for Kiru, and A for Amane. But the current Mayuri wouldn't understand. Those three were lab mems on a world line undone and forgotten. I haven't told Mayuri or Daru about them. They wouldn't believe me even if I told them, especially about the last initial, A. I mean, how do I tell Daru he's going to have a daughter? I can just imagine his reaction.
Who's my lucky bride to be? I hope she's got a cute face, and a delicious flat chest, and blonde hair, and twin tails, and a golden ratio, tsundere personality, and when she's in andere mode, she's super cuddly and sexy. He'd say something gross like that, no doubt. I remember. As I lay dying in the time machine, Suzuha gripped my hand and said, "Once we arrive, I'll probably disappear. I won't be able to thank you for bringing me to Stein's Gate. So I'll thank you now. Thank you, Uncle. Don't die. Live." Just as she predicted, Suzuha vanished the moment we returned to August 21st. Right before my very eyes, the time machine was enveloped in rainbow light and disappeared. She was smiling as she faded away. That was proof I had reached Stein's Gate, and that's why I don't mourn Suzuha. And in 7 years, let's meet again, okay? I don't know what the future will bring. There's still the possibility that Daru won't get married, that Suzuha won't be born. But still, I believe that in 7 years, we will meet again. And that's when I will give her this pin, her birthright, as Lab Mem 008. Until then, I'll keep it in a safe place. I aimlessly head out to town alone. I want to get a better look at the Steins Gate world line, but try as I may, I can't find anything drastically different. Way back when Ferris's D-mail erased the Moya shops from Akiba, that time it was obvious that the world had changed. I feel unsatisfied, so I look up to Radikan. Obviously, there's no satellite stuck in the roof. It's open for business as usual. When I arrived on this world line, right after I saw Suzuha disappear, the very first thing I did was ask Mayuri and Daru a question. Have there been any murders at Radikan? As they panicked at the sight of my bloodstained body, they answered that no one had been murdered at Radikan. As we waited for the ambulance to arrive, I had to tell Daru. I had Daru call up the news on my phone. They were running the story about Nakabachi's flight to Russia. This time, Nakabachi looked terribly agitated. His eyes were bloodshot. He was yelling, spraying spit everywhere. His appearance was strikingly similar to how I saw him last in the hallway of Radikan. To me, his unintelligible rambling was evidence of Operation Skuld's success. This is an outrage. An outrage! A fire?
How can that happen? My precious thesis was burned to a crisp. The future of humanity went up in flames. This is no time for an interview. I won't stand for this. Russian airplanes. I won't stand for this, Russian airlines. I'll murder every last one of your crew members. Money's not the issue. Aren't you listening? You burned my thesis, which would have changed human history forever. I should never have let you fools handle my suitcase. None of this would have happened if I'd just carried it with me. The subtitles read, what was your thesis about? Time travel! The invention that can grant control over all space-time, from past to present to future. The screen immediately returned to the studio, where a female reporter continued. This outburst continued for some time. Dr. Nakabachi, also known as Makase Shoichi, was detained by Russian authorities upon arrival at Domodedovo International Airport in Moscow. Makase is currently under investigation by the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department as a suspect in the July 28th stabbing of a young man. I don't think anyone's going to listen to Nakabachi now. For argument's sake, let's say Nakabachi manages to recreate Kurisu's thesis from memory. Nothing will come of it, as long as Kurisu is alive. The scientific community undoubtedly trusts the Makase daughter over the father, meaning Kurisu can deter any attempts made by Nakabachi. World War III won't break out, or at the very least, it won't be over the Nakabachi paper. I haven't seen Kurisu. Apparently, Kurisu reported to the police that I was stabbed, but at present, there has been no progress on the investigation, as the victim, from their point of view, up and disappeared. I heard from Dar that no one was murdered at Radikan, and I couldn't find a single report of anyone dying in the area that day. Kurisu is still alive, that much is certain, but I haven't had any contact with her since then. Aside from the few words we exchanged at Radikan, the current Kurisu and I are strangers. Besides, I was bedridden, so it's not like I could have gone and seen her, even if I wanted to. Kurisu said that she was supposed to go back to America in August. That was on the Alpha World line, so things may have changed. But what reason would she have to stay in Japan after what her father did to her? I thrust my hand into my pocket. 2 pins remain. One of them is for Lab Mem 001. That's me. The remaining badge, which belongs to Lab Mem 004, may never reach its rightful owner. But Chris is alive, and that's good enough for me. I once chose to let her die. I once killed her with my own 2 hands. But this time, I was able to save her. No one remembers those 3 weeks we spent with Kurisu. No one but me. I will remember. I will never forget. So I don't need anything else. I don't want anything else. Hey, Kurisu. I don't know what the future holds. War may still break out. CERN may still complete their time machine. But at the very least, the future is undecided. We're building it now, from the bottom up. Not just me, not just you, but every man, woman, and child. So keep on watching. Wherever this wide world takes you, wherever you may be. I take out my own pin and fasten it to my chest. I walk through the sea of shoppers, staring straight ahead. I quickly turn around. Just now, in the corner of my eye, I saw her. The girl who shouldn't be here. Her long hair fluttered as she passed by me. There. A familiar figure. I recognize that back anywhere. She has stopped too, in the middle of the sidewalk. Slowly, slowly, she turns to face me. It's her. I thought she had gone back to America. It's her. She doesn't even know me. It's you! That voice, that face, that hair, those eyes. Makase Kurisu is standing there, the same as I remember her. I've been looking everywhere for you. Ever since you saved my life. I was afraid I'd never have a chance to say thank you.
I'm so glad we could finally meet. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank goodness you're alright. Chrissy looks so radiant as she tries to hold back her tears. Just when I thought I had finally suppressed it, all my love for her flows out at once. I'm so happy that I want to cry too. So, to hide my embarrassment, I take out my phone and put it to my ear. It's me. Why is she here? Reading Steiner didn't activate. What? Protect her? That's a tall order, my friend. But if that is the choice of Stein's Gate, then so be it. Sai, Kanguru. I close my phone and clear my throat. I have no idea what to say. She's still staring at me with those wide, pleading eyes. I open my mouth. We meet again, Christina. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm not Christina, or your assistant, or... Huh? Now I really have no idea what to say. How does this Karisu know about that? Those were the names I used to tease Karisu. She always got mad whenever I used them. They were our bond, our private joke. But I had yet to use them on the day we finally met at Radikan. How could this world lion's Karisu know? Huh? Why did I say that? Words just popped into my head. It looks like Karisu is as confused as I am. She stares at me, bewildered. And then I realize the truth, finally. Everyone is reading Steiner. Even if the world line changes, even if the past and the future are rewritten, your memories remain. You've merely forgotten. All it takes is a push, and you can remember. The memories of those lost 3 weeks. The memories we made together. Welcome back, my assistant. Makise Kurisu. No. Christina. I reach into my pocket and take out the last pin. Nobody knows what the future holds. And that is why, just as this reunion demonstrates, the possibilities are endless. I place the pin in Kurisu's hand. I gently close her hand in mine. And holding back my tears, I tell her, this is the choice of Stein's Gate. Oh. Yeah. The end. I, for some reason, remembered the end as being more fleeting and, like, they just walk past each other and that's, like, the end scene. But there's actually a little talk, so good for them, good for them. Anyways, thanks for sticking around. Whoever's here. Love you, bye.